Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The storm was coming for him. It had started as a low rumble, the kind that brushes against the edges of your awareness, like an itch you can't quite reach. By the time he saw the glow of the diner on the horizon, the rain had already begun to beat down in sheets, blurring the road ahead and cloaking the world in a thick, oppressive fog. He had been driving for hours, the monotony of the endless stretch of highway gnawing at him, the hum of the tires and the occasional flicker of his headlights, the only company dot in the distance. A red neon sign flickered. Diner, it blinked in, an almost inviting way, like it was offering him refuge from the storm. His grip tightened on the steering wheel, and a flicker of hesitation crept through him. It wasn't that he was afraid, no, nothing so simple, but the road ahead seemed longer than it had any right to be, and the storm made it all feel wrong. Don't be foolish, he told himself, his tires crunching over gravel as he steered toward the diner. He parked the car and killed the engine, stepping into the downpour with the certainty that it would soak through his jacket within moments. But it didn't matter. There was a warmth waiting for him inside, something human and solid in the midst of the storm. The door of the diner swung open with a groan, releasing the clattering of plates and soft murmurs of conversation. It was the sort of quiet hum of a place where time slowed down, and for a moment, it seemed like the storm might have been an illusion. The bell above the door jingled, a greeting as he stepped inside. He barely caught the glint of her waitress with graying hair pulled into a neat bun, the kind of smile that could almost make you believe you'd just come home. He nodded and slid into one of the booths. She was quick, smooth, and didn't ask questions. She just placed a menu in front of him with a soft rustle. "Anything to drink?" she asked, her voice sweet and warm like honey. He was almost tempted to ask for something stronger, but his stomach churned from hunger instead. "Coffee would do just fine." "Coffee," he replied, the words feeling heavy on his tongue. He glanced around as the waitress moved to pour his cup. It wasn't a large diner, but it was a typical Wannell Booth's worn upholstery, chipped countertops. Everything felt tired, like it had seen too many storms, too many travelers just passing through. The other customers seemed unaware of his presence, lost in their own quiet worlds. There was an elderly couple in the corner, their heads bowed, silently picking at their food. At the counter, a trucker sat, his hands wrapped around a mug, staring ahead as if lost in thought, all of them still, unblinking. And it wasn't just their stillness that unsettled him. It was the silence. He sat there for a long while, waiting for the waitress to return. The coffee was thick, warm, and bitter, as it should be at this hour of the night. But as he drank, something gnawed at him. The storm outside howled, the thunder cracking like a distant drumbeat, yet inside it was quieter than a graveyard. No one spoke, not even the clink of a fork or knife. No sounds of chewing, not a single movement. His throat tightened. He looked at the clock on the wall, 2:17 a.m. He shifted uncomfortably, feeling the weight of the silence pressing against him. The coffee felt colder now, a hollow bitterness that wasn't quite from the flavor. There was something off about the way everything felt. It was as if time had stopped here. He had been sitting for a long while. How long? He wasn't sure, but it felt like hours, as if the clock was mocking him. How could time stand still like that? How could the second hand freeze in place while the storm outside raged on, faster and louder? His eyes darted nervously to the other customers, their faces blank, as if they were part of the furniture static, ghost-like figures, trapped in some kind of eerie pause, moved, not a twitch, not a blink. His eyes were fixed on the food in front of him, unblinking, unmoving, as though he had become part of the shadow. Even the elderly woman, her fork suspended midair, hadn't shifted an inch. Her gaze was as fixed and unyielding as the old wooden walls of the diner. A shiver crawled up his spine, cold and sudden. Was this some kind of joke, or was it more than that? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. He had to snap out of it. It was just a diner, just a strange little stop on a road that stretched out into nothing, but something told him that leaving might not be so easy. His fingers tightened around the coffee cup, but before he could take another sip, the door creaked open again. And just like that, the air in the diner shifted. Something heavier pressed down on him, unseen but tangible, like a fog of dread settling over the room. He stood up, ready to leave, but then the waitress returned to his side, a soft rustle of her apron against the floor. And for the first time, he saw it clearly. The way her eyes, those dull, glassy eyes, held a silent weight. They weren't just tired, they were something more. She placed her hand gently on his shoulder. "Don't leave yet," she said softly, her voice almost a whisper, as if the storm outside might hear. And then, without warning, she leaned in closer, and the words that came from her mouth felt like a cold wind brushing against his ear. "The meal isn't over yet." The waitress's hand on his shoulder felt unnaturally cold, like the touch of someone who had long since forgotten what it was to feel warmth. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears, louder than the storm that still battered the diner's windows. He could feel his breath quickening, his throat tightening as her words hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. "The meal isn't over yet." His mind raced, frantically searching for an explanation. Maybe he was just tired. Maybe the storm was playing tricks on him. He had been on the road for too long, hadn't he? He hadn't slept in days, the hum of the highway an endless drone in his ears. His body had become a machine, simply moving from one place to the next, seeking shelter when it could, like a creature in the wild. But none of that explained the stillness, the unnerving silence that had crept over the diner, nor the unsettling gaze of the waitress he tried to pull away, but her grip tightened ever so slightly. It was as if her hand was not just a physical touch, but a tether, anchoring him to the diner, to the moment, to this place where time had stopped, where nothing moved, not even the storm. "Are you all right, hun?" Her voice was gentle, syrupy, as if nothing at all were out of place. She didn't seem to notice his unease, didn't seem to notice anything. For that matter, he forced a smile, his mouth dry, and nodded, though his pulse was still hammering in his throat. Yeah, just a little tired, I guess." The words came out too easily, like a lie he was desperate to believe. The waitress didn't speak again. Instead, she took a step back and turned toward the counter, her feet gliding across the floor as though she were floating, her movements eerily smooth. And yet, as she moved, the silence followed her. It wasn't just the lack of conversation, it was the absence of sound itself. There was no clink of dishes. The storm outside had become a distant memory, muffled and faint, swallowed by the walls of this place that felt more and more like a tomb. He reached for his coffee again, his hands trembling, but the moment his fingers brushed the mug, he noticed it. The man in the leather jacket, he was still staring at his plate, his eyes fixed, unblinking, but now something about him seemed wrong. His jaw was slightly slack, his skin pale and waxy. The elderly woman across the room was the same, but now, in the dim light, her face seemed frozen, like she had been caught in a photograph. Her eyes weren't just unblinking, they were empty, hollow, lifeless, and the air around them, the very atmosphere of the diner, was thickening, compressing, as if the walls themselves were closing in on him. He forced himself to look away, his breath coming in short, shallow bursts. He had to leave. Something wasn't right. He could feel it now deep in his gut, like the beginning of a nightmare that had no end. But before he could even rise from the booth, A low creak echoed from the far side of the diner, followed by the scrape of a chair against the floor. The trucker at the counter had moved, but it wasn't like a man who simply shifted in his seat. It was more like a mechanical movement, chirking, unnatural motion that made his stomach churn. He froze, watching the trucker's head turn slowly toward him. The man's face was a blur in the dim light, but as their eyes met, he felt an icy tremor crawl up his spine. There was something in the trucker's eyes, something wrong. The way his gaze was locked on him, almost too aware, as if he had been waiting for him to look, before he could make sense of it. The door to the kitchen banged open, and the waitress returned, her expression no longer soft. It was a subtle change, but it was enough. Her eyes had darkened, and her lips, once sweet, were now pressed into a tight line. She stopped at the edge of his booth, staring at him for a long, uncomfortable moment. "You shouldn't be looking at them," she said, her voice lower now, almost ... warning. The words sent a chill spiraling down his spine. His eyes flicked back to the trucker. The man had returned to his previous position, staring at his coffee, but this time the unnerving feeling didn't leave. The man's presence felt too heavy, as if he were tethered to the space itself, like he could reach out and drag the whole world back with him into some forgotten abyss. I wasn't," he stammered, but the words died on his lips as he saw it. Something shifting at the edge of his vision. A shadow. He looked again at the man in the leather jacket. This time, his expression was clearer. And it wasn't just his unblinking eyes or his stillness. It was the way his face was shifting, his features blurring in the dim light like something that wasn't quite human anymore. His skin rippled, a faint distortion moving under the surface like water disturbed by an unseen current. "No," he whispered to himself, backing away slightly in his seat. The cup of coffee he had forgotten about was suddenly hot against his fingers, too hot, but he didn't let go. He had to leave. He had to leave now. He tried to stand again, but before he could rise, the waitress's hand shot out, seizing him by the wrist. "No," she said again, her grip stronger than before, like iron. "The meal isn't over yet." His heart lurched as she leaned in, her lips brushing his ear as she whispered, "You can't leave. Not until the meal is finished." And just then, the clock on the wall behind her clicked. Not a tick, not a talk, but a sharp, broken sound like a snap. And the second hand began to move again, but it didn't just move. It spun wildly, faster and faster, as if time were unraveling itself, spinning out of control, pulling everything with it. The walls seemed to hum with an electric tension, and the storm outside, though still raging, felt miles away. He was no longer part of the world he had come from. He was somewhere else, somewhere wrong. And when the waitress stepped back, her eyes no longer human, her voice a guttural rasp, she said, "You're one of us now." The air in the diner thickened, pressing down on him like a weight he couldn't shake. It was as though the very atmosphere had changed. It was no longer just a roadside stop, but a place. Trapped. Every sound now felt muffled, distant. Even the storm outside seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic beat, as if the weather itself was caught in a loop, repeating endlessly in time with the ticking clock on the wall. His heart raced. The waitress's words echoed in his mind, "You're one of us now." He wanted to scream, to run, but his legs felt like stone. Her grip on his wrist had loosened just enough for him to move, but he didn't want to test it. He didn't want to see what would happen if he tried to break free. Every muscle in his body screamed for escape, but his feet remained rooted to the floor, the weight of the moment keeping him in place. The waitress was gone, retreating back to her station behind the counter. The diner was still, unnaturally still, except for the slow whirl of the clock hand, now turning erratically. The other customers remained motionless, their unblinking eyes trained on their food, or the table, or nothing at all. They were statues, lifeless figures trapped in a world that wasn't theirs anymore. And that's when he saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible flicker of movement, just at the edge of his vision. His eyes snapped to the elderly woman in the corner. Her fork had dropped from her hand, but the way it fell, it wasn't natural. It was as if it had been pulled to the ground, like gravity had been forced to act on it more quickly than it should have. And then she moved. Her head jerked toward him, inhumanly fast, and her eyes, those empty, hollow eyes, focused on him with an intensity that made his stomach twist. Her mouth opened, just a crack, as if she were trying to speak, but no sound emerged. Instead, her lips trembled, curling into a grotesque, silent scream. He tried to stand, his breath shallow, his skin prickling with panic. But the moment his body shifted, the world seemed to shift with him. The room tilted slightly. Or maybe it was just his perception warping, but for a moment it felt as though the walls were stretching, pulling apart, bending out of shape. The diner wasn't what it had been when he first walked in. No, it had become something else entirely. The corners of the room seemed to darken, and the lights overhead buzzed with a low, irritating hum that grew louder, grating on his nerves. He couldn't focus on anything. His vision blurred, his thoughts scrambling, as if his very mind was being forced into a different shape, one that didn't quite fit. And then, just as he thought he might lose himself in that oppressive, ever-shifting space, the waitress appeared once more. She wasn't just standing behind the counter now. She was walking toward him, but her steps were staggered, unnatural, like she was floating just above the ground. Her face, pale and cold, had transformed into something more wrong. Her skin had taken on an ashen hue, and her eyes were now dark voids, as if there was no depth behind them, just empty space. As she drew closer, the stench hit him, a sharp, acrid scent, like burning rubber mixed with something metallic. He recoiled instinctively, but she was already beside him. Her presence was overpowering, a suffocating force that made the air feel thick and heavy. She didn't touch him this time. She didn't need to. Her voice, low and rasping, filled his ears. "You think you can leave, but there's nowhere to go now." The words hung in the air like smoke, swirling around him, filling his lungs. He wanted to speak, to beg, to demand answers, but his mouth went dry, his tongue heavy in his mouth. She was right. Something inside him told him, in a voice far too calm, that this wasn't just some diner anymore. This place, this thing, it had a grip on him, Ondam Oland. It wasn't letting go. "You're one of us now," she repeated, the words slow and deliberate, like they were being carved into his very soul. "Time doesn't work here. Not the way you think it does. Not the way you want it to." His eyes darted to the clock on the wall. It had stopped again, no longer spinning wildly, but frozen, the second hand caught in mid-tick. He had been here for hours, or was it days? His mind was unraveling, and yet there was something strangely comforting about the frozen moments. It was like time was suspended, like it had never been meant to move forward. "No one ever leaves," she continued, her lips curling in something that might have been a smile. But it was too sharp, too empty to be called that. "You were brought here for a reason. You're part of the meal now, part of the cycle." His heart raced. The cycle. Before he could respond, the room seemed to pulse with a sudden, deafening crack of thunder than anything he had heard before, even over the storm outside. And then, all at once, the other patrons began to move, slowly, methodically, as if they had been waiting for a signal. The man in the leather jacket stood, his movements jerky, like a puppet on strings, his head tilted toward the waitress, toward the entity, and his lips parted, though no sound emerged. The elderly woman followed suit, and even the trucker at the counter stood, his eyes still locked on him, unblinking. But now there was something else there, something darker, something hungry. They began to shuffle forward, toward him. The waitress watched, her expression unreadable. It's time to eat. And that's when the horror began to make its true nature known. The lights flickered once more, and then snapped, the world around him changed again. The diner split, no longer confined to its dusty walls and worn booths. The space began to stretch, to twist, becoming something more like a labyrinth. The walls buckled, and the floor beneath him seemed to move, undulating like waves. The other patrons were now moving toward him, their eyes blank, their mouths wide, their skin stretched thin, like their bodies were no longer quite able to contain the hunger within them. "Join us," the waitress whispered, her voice full of promise and dread. "Become part of the cycle." The air was thick, the scent of metal and decay heavier than ever. His heart pounded in his chest, but there was no escape, not anymore. The world twisted around him like a cruel mirage, every inch of the diner bending and contorting, as though it were a reflection in a pool of water rippling with unseen forces. His body felt light, weightless, but every breath was a struggle, thick, heavy, suffocating. The air tasted like rust and old decay, the kind of flavor that lingers on your tongue long after it's gone, like a warning you can't quite understand. The waitress, the thing that had once been a kindly server, stood at the edge of his vision, her expression now something twisted, a grotesque mask that stretched across her face. She wasn't just watching him anymore, she was waiting for him to understand, to accept. His pulse thundered in his ears as the other patrons began to move toward him, their footsteps slow but deliberate, like they were being pulled by invisible strings. The man in the leather jacket was the first to reach him. His movements were stiff, jerky, like a puppet who had been left to rot in the corner of a forgotten room. But there was something wrong with him. His skin was pulled tight against his bones, his eyes too wide, too empty. He wasn't alive anymore, not in the way he had been. "Join us," the man rasped, his voice an empty echo, a hollow thing that reverberated through the air like a corpse trying to speak. The elderly woman was next, her steps unnatural, the sharp clack of her shoes against the warped floor grating in his skull. Her face, once worn and weathered by age, had become a mask of smooth, pale skin, stretched taut, her eyes vacant pits. She reached out a trembling hand, fingers long and thin, and for a moment he could swear he saw something flicker in her. Something human. Her voice breaking as she leaned in close, her breath cold and sour against his face. There's no escaping. The hunger, the trucker, too, now stood in front of him, his body swollen, distorted. His features were no longer his own. They were shifting, moving like clay in the hands of a mad sculptor. His jaw hung too low, as if it might fall off at any moment, and his eyes, those empty, hollow eyes, were locked onto him with a deep, predatory intensity. "Let go," the trucker whispered, his lips curling upward in a twisted mockery of a smile. "You're already part of it. You've been chosen. We all have." His throat tightened. Chosen. His mind raced. He tried to push away from the table, but it felt as though his body was no longer under his control. Every movement felt sluggish, as though he were wading through thick tar. His legs refused to cooperate, and his vision blurred, but through the haze, he saw them, all of them, closing in, their eyes blank and staring, focused only on him. And in that moment, he realized something terrible. They weren't waiting for him to run, they were waiting for him to succumb. The waitress stepped forward again, her hand reaching out, her fingers so cold they could freeze the marrow in his bones. "You don't need to be afraid," she said softly, her voice no longer kind but laced with something darker, deeper, something older. "You're part of us now. You've always been." The shadows in the corners of the diner deepened, stretching unnaturally long across the floor, and the smell of God, the smell of decay and rot, thickened, filling his lungs with every breath. It was like a funeral pyre, burning slowly and steadily, the flames too hot to touch, but ever present, ever reaching. He wanted to scream, but his voice was locked behind a wall of fear. Trapped in his chest, the clock on the wall ticked once more, a sharp, hollow sound that echoed too loudly, filling his ears. The second hand was still broken, but time had become a thing of no consequence here. It wasn't measured in minutes or hours anymore. Time had stopped, and in its place there was only the hunger. The waitress's eyes glittered with dark amusement. Do you hear it? Can you feel it? The meal is waiting, and you are the main course. He looked around, his gaze wild, frantic, trying to find a way out. But there was nowhere to run. There was no door, no window. The walls pressed in tighter with every passing second, warping and bending like the flesh of some great, ancient beast. It was as if the diner was alive, its hunger just as real as the one that now gnawed at his insides. The other customers had surrounded him now, their faces just inches away, eyes unblinking, mouths parted wide, their teeth too sharp, too unnatural. The trucker's lips parted further, a wet, sickening sound accompanying the movement, and he could feel the sharpness of those teeth in his gut. Before the words even left the man's mouth, "You are the hunger now." The world around him twisted again, and suddenly he felt himself pulled forward, his body moving against his will. He was no longer in control, he was part of them now. The air grew colder, and the lights overhead buzzed louder, almost deafening, as if they were going to explode at any second. And that's when the truth hit him. The horrific truth. He had never been on the road, had never found that diner by chance. He had been brought here a willing sacrifice, a part of the cycle that had been unfolding for years, for centuries. The diner wasn't a place, it was a feeding ground, a trap for those who had wandered too far, whose souls were ripe for the taking. And now, he was just another piece of the puzzle, another meal, another body to feed the dark hunger that had kept this place alive. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. His mouth moved, but it felt like he was drowning, suffocating in the air that had become thick with shadows and suffused with ancient malice. The waitress leaned in close, her cold breath brushing against his cheek. Her smile widened, impossibly wide, showing teeth that were too sharp, too jagged. And as she whispered her final words, the world around him shattered. Welcome to the feast. He felt his body jerk forward, as if the walls themselves were pulling him in. The diner was no longer a familiar, suffocating space, but a distorted nightmare where everything bent and twisted around him. The lights above flickered violently, casting erratic shadows that crawled across the floor like living creatures, hungry and searching. His heart pounded harder, faster. His chest heaved, struggling to draw in air, but the atmosphere had become so thick, so heavy, that each breath felt like it was being dragged from him, pulled from his lungs with cruel, invisible hands. The other patrons were surrounding him, their movements now synchronized, as though they were part of some ancient, dark macabre ritual that had played out countless times before. They were silent now, completely silent, save for the low hum of the lights and the maddening tick-tock of the broken clock, which had started moving again, though it made no sense. The second hand spun wildly, faster than it should, like time itself had gone mad, spinning out of control. The trucker was the first to touch him, his cold, clammy hand gripping his arm with an unrelenting force. The fingers pressed down like iron digging into his flesh, and the man's smile, if it could still be called that, widened. His eyes glinted with a hunger so profound it made the air taste sour. "You're ours now," the trucker whispered, his voice no longer human. It was low and guttural, like the growl of some great beast in the dark, just like the rest. The other patrons closed in, their faces now masks of twisted glee, eyes unblinking and wide, like prey locked in a trance. They were feeding on something else, something invisible yet powerful, a dark essence that rose from the ground, from the walls, from the very air they breathed. he couldn't move, couldn't speak. It was as if the very space itself had wrapped him in a cocoon of thick, suffocating dread. He felt the pressure of Eton's invisible weight pushing him deeper, harder into the center of the room. The waitress, no, the thing that had once been a waitress, was standing before him now, her blackened eyes gleaming with unearthly satisfaction. "You see," she said, her voice soft but hollow, like a whisper of wind against dead leaves. "Always been this way. You were always meant to be a part of this." Her hand reached out, her fingers impossibly long and thin, each one ending in sharp, jagged nails. She touched his face lightly, and a jolt of cold shot through him, as though her fingers were siphoning the very warmth from his skin. The space around them seemed to suck in the air, pulling it tighter and tighter. And he realized with a gut-wrenching clarity they were feeding on him, draining him of more than just life, of time, of memories, of his very soul. "Not just a meal," she continued, her smile widening as she leaned in. Her breath was cold and smelled faintly of rot, like something long dead, and he could feel her presence invade every pore, every thought. "You're part of the cycle. A new dish to be savored, a new soul to be devoured, endlessly, ... The walls groaned, creaked, as if the diner itself were waking from some long, dreamless sleep. The shadows in the corners began to slither, stretching out across the floor, creeping up the walls like dark vines. The other patrons, no longer quite human, began to chant softly, low murmurs rising in sync with the crackling hum of the air. He could barely hear them, but the words, if they could even be called words, felt like a compulsion, an incantation that wrapped itself around his mind, pulling at the deepest parts of him. "We are the hunger. We are the feast. We are eternal," they murmured in unison, their voices blending together, one long, endless chant. In the farthest corner, where the shadows had once been still, something began to shift. It wasn't a person, but something darker, a presence, ancient, malevolent. It was watching him, waiting for him to fully understand. The darkness seemed to expand outward, swallowing the corners of the diner, pulling in the light, leaving only the growing void that seemed to breathe in rhythm with his own heart. The waitress took a step back, her gaze never leaving his. "You see, it doesn't matter if you understand. You will become a part of it all the same. We are the ones who never leave." The trucker began to laugh, low and deep, like a growl from the bowels of some great beast, a laugh that seemed to shake the very foundation of the diner. "We don't die, you see. We're eternal. The hunger never ends." The words dropped into his mind like stones into a deep, dark well. They stayed there, lodged in his thoughts like a sickening truth. He felt his mind unraveling. The diner wasn't just a place. It was a trap, a feeding ground for those like them, lost souls who had been taken, twisted, and transformed into something else, something monstrous, and he was one of them now. The laughter continued, but it no longer came from just one voice. Now, the entire room was laughing, the sound ringing in his ears, warping, distorting, filling the space with a maddening resonance. The faces around him, the grotesque, twisted faces smiling, staring, began to blur and melt together, like a terrible painting being washed away in the rain. And then, suddenly, there was nothing but the darkness. The diner was gone, the faces were gone, the storm outside was gone. There was only him now, standing in the vast, empty blackness, suspended between the worlds, neither dead nor alive, neither here nor anywhere else. His body was no longer his own. His mind was splintering, and the hunger was growing. It was consuming him. Time had ceased to exist. There was no past, no future, only this endless, suffocating moment. The darkness around him was alive, pulsating, as if it were breathing, pulling at him, drawing him deeper into its infinite abyss. His body felt weightless, his limbs sluggish, no longer responding to his thoughts. It was as if he were sinking, as if the very air was pressing against him, slowly squeezing out the remnants of his identity, leaving nothing but a hollow shell. He tried to scream, but no sound escaped his mouth. His thoughts were clouded with a dull ache, a gnawing emptiness in the pit of his stomach, no, in his soul. The hunger was there, waiting, swirling just beneath his skin, crawling through his veins like fire. It wasn't just a physical hunger, it was something deeper, more insidious. It was a gnawing emptiness that tore at him from within, dragging him into the dark places of his mind, reminding him of the fear he'd tried to escape when he first stepped into the diner. He had tried to ignore it, the sensation that something was wrong, that this place was never meant to be. But now, in the crushing stillness, he understood. He wasn't the first, and he wouldn't be the last. He saw it then, the truth that had been hidden beneath layers of illusion. It wasn't just the diner that had been feeding, it was him. He had been a part of it from the beginning. The storm, the endless road, the lost feeling he had as he drove. The hunger had been calling to him long before he set foot inside that cursed diner. It had always been there, waiting. The faces of the patrons, those lost, twisted souls, were now etched into his memory. They had been like him once, too. They had arrived, just like he had, tricked by the false comfort of a warm meal, a safe place on a stormy night. They had thought it was real, but they had been wrong. Now they were gone. They had been consumed, and the diner, this place, had become the vessel, the trap. It was not bound by time or space. It was a pocket of hunger, forever cycling through. Its endless feasts, feeding on the lost, the lonely, the desperate. And as the darkness pressed closer, as the cold and the void wrapped themselves around him like a blanket of suffocating dread, he realized with horrific clarity there was no escaping this. He was a part of it now, a part of the cycle. The laughter began again, low, rumbling. Like a distant thunderstorm, it reverberated through his bones, deep and unrelenting. It wasn't the trucker's laugh anymore. It was the laugh, the sound of the hunger itself. The storm was inside him now, the wind howling in his veins, the rain battering his thoughts. It was all one and the same. The diner, the storm, the hunger, they were all alive, part of a single, consuming force that had been waiting for him. A shadow moved before him, and for the briefest moment, he thought he saw the waitress again, her twisted, too wide smile, her empty eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She stepped toward him, her movements slow, deliberate, as though savoring each step, each moment. You should have known the meal was always yours. Her hand reached out, brushing his cheek with the coldness of a winter's night. He felt it, then the hunger gnawing at him, digging into his flesh, rooting itself deep within him, pulling him apart from the inside out. The world began to blur again, the edges of reality bending, distorting. He couldn't feel his body anymore. There was nothing left but the aching, all-consuming pull of the hunger, the endless cycle of feeding and being fed upon. "You are ours now," she whispered, her breath cold against his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. "Welcome to the feast." And then, in an instant, everything shifted. The diner, the storm, the shadows all collapsed inward, merging into a singular, crushing darkness. The weight of it pushed him down, down, until there was nothing. No diner, no faces, no hunger, just the cold, empty void where even his thoughts began to dissolve. The last thing he felt was a fleeting sensation of falling but into what he could not say. There was no up or down anymore, no beginning or end. He had become a part of it. The end, ... Or perhaps doors that should never be opened. Yet, on that fateful night, he had found them all. He had crossed into a realm where the laws of nature and time were no longer tethered to reality. The diner, that place, was more than just an illusion. It was the threshold, the point of no return, and now it was his prison. The darkness that enveloped him felt endless, as if the void itself stretched beyond the confines of his mind. The hunger, ravenous, insatiable, responded within him. His body no longer existed in the way he remembered. He was no longer flesh and blood. He was something else, part of the thing that had haunted him from the moment he had set foot in that cursed diner. And the others, the lost souls who had arrived before him, they too were still here. Somewhere in the dark, it wasn't clear how much time had passed since his body had ceased to exist as he once knew it. Days, years' time had become irrelevant. The hunger, though that terrible hunger, was constant, a gnawing, ravenous thing that could never be sated, never stopped. It gnawed at his very soul, eroding the last vestiges of his humanity. The others, the patrons of the diner, wandered through the shadows now. The trucker, the elderly woman, the man in the leather jacket, all of them were here, but they were no longer people. They had become mere reflections of their former selves, shadows of hunger. Yet even in their twisted state, they were always watching, always waiting. And then there was the feeling, a feeling that had not left him since that night, since the moment. The cycle had begun. It was the pull to serve. He didn't want to understand it, didn't want to acknowledge it, but it was undeniable. The hunger needed something, and in the darkness, a voice, low, guttural, like the echo of 1,000 voices, at once whispered to him, "It is time to serve." He tried to resist it, tried to fight it, but the compulsion was too strong. There was no denying it any longer. He had become part of the cycle. He had become one of them. His body moved of its own accord, slowly at first, like a marionette caught in the clutches of unseen strings. His limbs trembled as if fighting the urge to obey, but there was no escape. His feet moved across the blackened floor, his senses dulled, but aware of the shadows that stretched and writhed at the edges of his vision. His hands, long and pale, reached forward, a new coldness creeping through them. They were no longer human hands. They were feeding hands, the hands of a servant to the hunger. And in the midst of the endless darkness, he saw the light, a weak, flickering light from a distant corner. The diner once so full of warmth and wrought, was twisted mockery of what it had once been. Its walls were now stained black, as if burned into a permanent scar. And the tables sat barren, waiting for their next guest. The waitress, her eyes dark and empty, but there was something new in her gaze. She wasn't just watching him anymore. She was waiting for him to do his part. The cycle had claimed him, and now he would play his role. Without thinking, his hands set the table. The plates, cold, empty, were arranged with a meticulous precision. The silverware gleamed dully under the flickering light, and the air itself seemed to hum with anticipation. He moved in a trance, each action automatic, as though his body knew what it needed to do, what it was supposed to do. The patrons arrived slowly, their forms materializing from the shadows, drawn to the table by the same invisible force that had brought them here before. The trucker appeared first, his grotesque, swollen form waddling toward the chair. He didn't speak, didn't need to. He simply sat, as though the diner was his rightful place, just as it had been before. One by one, the others took their seats, their empty, hollow eyes fixed on the table. The elderly woman, her skin stretched tight over her bones, grinned, her lips cracking at the edges, as though pleased with the feast that was about to begin. The man in the leather jacket followed, his mouth twitching in anticipation. They were waiting for him to serve, and then the waitress, longer a woman, but a thing of shadows, approached him. She stood silently, her hands folded, watching him with a gaze that seemed to pierce right through him, as if she could see into the very marrow of his being. "You've learned your place," she whispered. "You've become one of us." He felt a shift, a chill deeper than anything he had ever known. The hunger was rising, swirling around him, binding him to this unholy ritual. He was no longer just a guest. He was the servant, the one who would keep the cycle alive. He would feed them. He would offer them the meal they had been waiting for. But the moment his hand reached toward the silverware, his mind screamed, "This is not me." He was not a servant. He was not a part of this. Yet the hunger, that terrible gnawing thing buried deep within him, made his hands move. The clock, still ticking madly in the background, was counting down. The patrons didn't move. They simply stared at their plates, their eyes wide and unblinking, as if hypnotized. They were waiting for the feast, for the final course. He felt the first tremor in his soul. He was becoming like them, the last part. Of him, the man he had been struggled to break free, to scream, to fight, to escape. But there was nothing left but the emptiness, the darkness, and the endless hunger. And then, as he placed the knife and fork down onto the table, his own reflection in the silver surface caught his eye. He wasn't alone anymore there. Staring back at him from the shiny surface was the last thing he had ever wanted to see. His own hollow eyes, dark, empty. He was one of them now. The diner was silent, save for the maddening hum of the lights overhead, a dull thrum that seemed to echo the pulse of the darkness surrounding him. The patrons sat at the table, their forms now little more than faint silhouettes, lost in the shadows that clung to every corner. The plates were empty, yet their hunger was palpable, as if the very air had grown thick with it, the scent of something unspeakable lingering on the edges of his consciousness. His hands shook as he placed the silverware down, the clink of metal against porcelain, a sharp, jarring sound that made his skin crawl. The hunger was no longer just a sensation. It was a presence. It filled the air, crept into his thoughts, crawled under his skin like an invasive force. His own mind felt like it was slipping away, unraveling thread by thread as the weight of the hunger pressed harder. Darker, the waitress, no longer human, watched him with those cold, unblinking eyes, her face a mask of faint amusement, like a predator savoring the final moments of a trapped animal. Her smile was stretched thin, as if it had been frozen into place for far too long. "You're learning, aren't you?" she whispered, her voice soft, like the rustling of leaves in a forgotten graveyard. "The cycle never ends, not for you, not for any of us." He felt the weight of her words, the suffocating truth of them. It wasn't just that he had become part of the hunger, part of the cycle. He had always been a part of it. The storm, the road, the diner, it had all been set in motion long before he had arrived, long before he had stumbled into that cursed place. He was just another soul, another guest at the feast that had no beginning and no end. The patrons didn't speak. They didn't need to. They didn't even blink. They just stared at their plates, their empty eyes locked onto the space before them, as if waiting for something to arrive, for something to be served. He could feel it, the pull, stronger than before. It was like an invisible hand on his chest, dragging him closer, forcing him to move, to serve. He couldn't resist it. His limbs moved of their own accord, slower now, as though the very air around him had thickened into something more viscous, more oppressive. It clung to him, wrapped itself around him like a shroud. Each step felt heavier than the last. He stood behind the counter, the knife and fork in his hands now, their weight like an anchor in his soul. The dull thrum of the clock on the wall echoed in his ears, and he could feel the eyes of the others on him, their gaze unwavering, hungry. It wasn't just his movements they watched. It was his soul, his very essence, feeding their desire, their need. The shadows stretched and shifted, their dark tendrils curling around him, reaching toward the food that lay scattered across the table. He knew what was coming. He had seen it before, felt it stirring in his chests, the same hunger, the same cold, gnawing emptiness that would never be filled. His hand hovered over the plates. The room felt smaller, as if the very walls were closing in. squeezing him, the air growing thicker with each passing second. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the low, distant sound of the wind outside, a wind that no longer felt natural but unnatural, twisted. It was like the storm had taken on a life of its own, howling like a beast caught in a cage, forever scratching at the walls. And then it came. The shadows seemed to solidify, stretching from the corners of the room, crawling over the walls, the floor, until they reached the table. They wrapped around the patrons like the fingers of a great, unseen beast. And as the darkness reached out to them, something shifted. The figures at the table, the patrons who had once been silent, frozen, now began to move in slow, jerky motions. They were no longer human. They had never been human. Their skin had turned ashen, stretched tight over skeletal frames. Their eyes were hollow, black voids that sucked in the light, the very essence of existence. Their faces were grotesque masks, mouths frozen in twisted smiles that could no longer be called smiles at all. They were creatures, no longer trapped by the flesh they had once worn, no longer bound by the constraints of time. They were the hunger, and as he stood there, staring at them, helpless, he realized the truth that he had tried so hard to ignore. He had become them. His hands trembled as he set the fork and knife down. The food wasn't food anymore. It was the essence of their existence. It was the flesh, the blood, the souls of the lost, forever trapped in this cycle, this unending, hollow feast. He felt it then, the cold embrace of the hunger pulling at him, wrapping its invisible claws around his chest. He couldn't breathe. The air had thickened, turned to something viscous, choking him. His thoughts scattered like ashes in the wind. The hunger was consuming him, just as it had consumed them. The waitress, the thing that had once been a woman, stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with dark satisfaction. She reached out, her fingers brushing against his cheek with an icy touch, sending a wave of cold through him, down into his very bones. "You see," she whispered, her voice now more of a hiss than anything human. "It's never just a meal. It's a cycle, a game. And you're the last one, the last servant, the last meal." He tried to scream, to fight it, but his mouth was frozen shut, his limbs locked in place. The shadows around him grew thicker, the hunger stronger, until he was no longer sure where he ended and the darkness began. He could feel the others at the table, their cold, empty eyes boring into him, their hunger feeding off his fear, his soul, his very existence. And then, as the darkness closed in around him, he understood the hunger would never stop. It would never be satisfied. And he would never escape. The end. Or perhaps it was no longer the diner, the place where he had first arrived, naive, hungry, seeking solace on a stormy night, had long since melted away into a faceless blur, swallowed by the darkness. What had once been the comforting hum of neon lights and the faint clink of silverware had given way to the pulse of something far older, far more primal, a presence that seemed to extend from the very walls, wrapping around him like a suffocating shroud. It was everywhere now. The air itself, thick and unnatural, buzzed with a low, vibrating hum, like the vibrations of a distant heart, beating somewhere in the depths of this vast, empty place. The hunger still gnawed at him, relentless, pulling at his chest with an unseen hand. It was deeper now, no longer a mere ache in his stomach, but an insatiable void that threatened to consume everything he was. His very thoughts were slipping away, dissolving into the darkness, as if his memories, his sense of self, were being erased one by one. He had become part of it, the cycle. It was no longer something that happened outside of him. It was within him. It was feeding on him, and he, in turn, was feeding it. But there was something else now, something that hadn't been there before. Awareness. It was subtle, like a whisper just outside the reach of his consciousness. At times, He thought it might have been the waitress. No, not her. Her presence was too empty, too cold. This was different. This was older, more distant, yet somehow far closer than he could ever have imagined. The hand, the unseen hand, was guiding him, leading him down a path that he could not see. It was pulling him into something much darker than the diner itself. His body moved without his control. Each step, each motion was mechanical, like a marionette, tangled in its own strings, pulled forward by an invisible force. His feet moved, one step at a time, through the dark, featureless hallways that stretched endlessly in all directions. It was as if the diner had become a labyrinthine, twisting maze of corridors that bent and spiraled in unnatural angles. The walls were slick with something cold, wet, and yet no longer real. The faint flicker of dim light, like a dying candle, cast long, distorted shadows on the floor. He wasn't alone. The patrons were with him, though they didn't move. They never moved now, not in the way they once had. They sat in their frozen poses, their empty eyes fixed on him with a hunger that never died. Their forms were blurred, their features less distinct. Some of them, the trucker, the woman, the man in the leather jacket, were little more than faint outlines, figures fading in and out of the darkness like ghosts, hovering between the world of the living and the world of the dead. And then he heard it again, the voice, that whisper, so close it made his blood run cold. "You're not ready yet." It wasn't the waitress. No, this voice was something different, was ancient, hollow, yet full of power. It vibrated in his bones, deep within his chest. It was a presence, but not one he could touch, not one he could see, only feel, like a cold breath on the back of his neck. He stumbled, feeling his mind slip further away, his thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. Was it him, the one who had arrived on that stormy night? Or was he just another soul caught in the endless cycle, forever a servant to the hunger? The path twisted again, and he found himself standing before a door. It was heavy, ancient, its wood warped and dark with age. There was no sign, no clue as to what lay beyond. The hunger surged in his chest, beating in time with his heart, pushing him toward it, urging him to open the door, to face whatever waited on the other side. He reached for the handle, the metal cold beneath his fingers, but before he could turn, a sound echoed from the shadows, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the very walls. It was followed by a long, sharp scraping noise, like claws dragging against the floor, slowly, agonizingly slow. He stepped back, heart hammering in his chest. The growl grew louder, closer, filling the air with an oppressive weight. His mind screamed for him to run, but his body refused. The unseen hand held him in place, anchored him to the spot. The shadows began to twist, swirling around him, coalescing into something else. It was not human, not in the slightest. It was a shape, an unnatural form, an entity whose presence seemed to push the very air out of his lungs. The figure flickered, in and out of view, its body shifting, morphing, always just on the edge of his vision. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed a sickly yellow, like decaying stars, burning with hunger, burning with something much deeper, much darker than anything he had ever known. And then it spoke, its voice, a deep, echoing rumble that rattled the bones. He felt the pull of the door again, the gnawing hunger urging him forward. It was now clear, more than ever, he was no longer just a visitor. He was part of it, part of the feast. The hunger had become his purpose, and this was just the beginning. But as the darkness closed in around him, there was something else, the faintest whisper, a voice, a name, his name. It was as if the hunger had taken on his very essence, pulling him deeper into the unknown. The door creaked open, and he stepped through. The end, or a new chapter in the endless cycle. The door slammed shut behind him with a force that shook the very air. The sound reverberated in his bones, a hollow, deep echo that rang out through the abyss. The moment it closed, a cold stillness enveloped him, heavier than before, as though the very fabric of reality had twisted itself into a knot, tightening around his body. He stood in the darkness. The world around him was formless, as though the laws of space and time had ceased to exist. There was no sky, no ground, no walls, only an endless, suffocating black void that stretched infinitely in all directions. A place that seemed to bend and pulse with the weight of forgotten memories. For a moment, he thought he might lose himself, completely be swallowed by the vast emptiness, lost like the others who had come before him. But then, in the center of the void, a faint light flickered. It was small, weak, like the last ember of a fire struggling against the wind, yet it was there calling to him. Something stirred within him, a strange mix of dread and curiosity. His feet, though reluctant, moved toward the light, as if drawn by some unseen force. With each step, the void seemed to close in tighter around him, the silence growing oppressive, suffocating. His mind thrashed, desperate to hold onto itself. But the pull of the light was undeniable. It wasn't just light, he realized as he drew closer. It was a memory, a moment trapped in time, suspended forever. The light shimmered like a flickering candle, but as he moved closer, he saw the shapes of figures frozen in mid-motion, trapped within the glow. The patrons, Dot the trucker, the elderly woman, the man in the leather jacket, all of them were there, suspended in the light like shadows frozen in amber. Their faces were twisted with terror, their eyes wide and empty. But the most disturbing thing wasn't the fear on their faces, it was the stillness. Their bodies were rigid, as if they had been captured in some horrific moment, unable to move, unable to escape. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the light, and immediately the faces of the trapped souls shifted, their expressions contorting into something darker. Their eyes flickered, locking onto him, and in that instant, he could feel their gaze penetrate him deep into the core of his being. It was as if they could see all the way down to his soul, and what they saw was far worse than he could have imagined. "You were supposed to join us," the trucker's voice echoed from the depths of the light, his words low and hollow. "But now you're something else, a part of it, forever." The others murmured in agreement, their voices blending into a cacophony of whispers, a chorus of empty souls caught in an eternal limbo. He recoiled, his heart pounding as he tried to pull his hand back, but the light seemed to cling to him. The air around him grew colder, more suffocating, as if the very essence of his being was being sucked into the light, drawn into the trap that had claimed them all. "Why?" he gasped, his voice weak and frantic. "Why am I here? What is this?" Figure emerged from the shadows at the edge of the light, a silhouette at first, but then more solid, more defined as it stepped into view. It was the waitress. But she was no longer the woman he had seen behind the counter, no longer the cold, hollow thing that had led him into this place. Now, she was something else entirely. Her features were contorted, warped, like something born from nightmare. Her eyes large and black, far too dark, far too deep. She was smiling, her lips stretched unnaturally wide, as if her face had been cracked open by the force of her grin. The smile was wide enough that it seemed to split her face, a jagged, horrific expression that sent a wave of cold terror through him. "You should have never opened that door," she whispered, her voice like a blade scraping against stone, sharp and cruel. "But now that you have, there's no turning back." His breath hitched in his chest as he realized what she meant. He had stepped into this place. He had entered it willingly, despite the warnings, despite every instinct that screamed for him to turn and run, and now the price would be paid. The light flickered once again, and with it, the trapped souls began to stir. The trucker's eyes moved first, then the others followed, their gazes now fixed on him with a terrible hunger. The sound of 1,000 whispers filled the air, their voices growing louder, more insistent. "Serve us," they chanted, their voices merging into a terrible symphony. "Serve the hunger, serve the cycle, serve the feast." He tried to move, to scream, to escape, but it was no use. His legs felt like lead, frozen in place by the weight of their stare. The hunger surged within him once more, but it was different. This time it was not just a gnawing, insatiable force. It was demanding. It commanded him. And then something shifted. The shadows behind the patrons began to twist, stretching, distorting, pulling toward him. They were no longer simply shadows. They were things, living, breathing horrors that slithered and writhed as they closed in. The hunger had grown too powerful, too insistent to be ignored. The creatures, the twisted souls of those who had come before him, were rising. His body, no longer his own, began to move in time with the dark forces, like a puppet in the hands of something far greater than himself. His hands reached for the table, his eyes wide in terror as the shadows encroached upon him, filling his vision. "No, no, please, ... he begged, though his voice sounded distant, hollow, as if it didn't belong to him anymore. The waitress took a step forward, her eyes gleaming with dark satisfaction. "There's no more room for denial. The feast must continue. You'll join them, you'll serve them, you'll feed the hunger." He could feel the air closing in around him, pressing on his chest, suffocating him. The walls of the void were folding, shifting, as if this place itself was coming undone. The hunger was no longer just an abstract feeling. It was real. It was here, inside him, inside all of them, and it was taking him, body and soul, into the abyss where he would become one with the feast. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Only the endless whispers of the damned echoed in his ears. And as he was swallowed by the darkness, he understood there was no escape. There would never be escape. The darkness swallowed him whole. The last remnants of the diner, of the storm, of everything that had come before, melted away into the void. His senses, once sharp, became muddled, blurred by an unrelenting pressure that crushed everything his thoughts, his memories, his very identity to a singular, endless pulse. For a moment, he thought he had ceased to exist, that he had become a part of the void itself, an echo of someone who had once lived. But then, a sound, an impossibly faint sound, broke through the suffocating silence. A whisper, not from the souls trapped in the light, not from the waitress or the shadows that now pressed in on him from every direction. This voice was different. It was familiar. He could almost place it. But it was fractured, broken, a half-memory floating just out of reach. It hummed like the distant ringing of a bell, soft, insistent, calling to him, double quotes, "Wake, ... It's single quotes S ... over ... His body jerked in response, as though it were responding to a command, but no matter how much he tried to move, he was held in place, frozen in the void, his body an empty vessel waiting to be filled. The hunger still raged inside him, but now it felt ... different. No longer was it the gnawing, insatiable ache. Now it was a weight, a burden pressing down on his chest, demanding his surrender. The sound came again, louder this time, sharper, as though the voice itself were cutting through the very fabric of the darkness. "Wake up." And then the void began to unravel. The light flickered back to life. It started small, just a pinprick in the distance, but it grew. It expanded, filling the emptiness with a cold, sterile glow. But this was not the same light as before. No, this light had ... form. It was pulsing now, like a heart that beat in rhythm with his own. It was not just a beacon, but something more alive, perhaps. Or perhaps something that had always been there, waiting for him. as he was drawn toward it, the figures around him began to move again. The shadows that had once been still, frozen, in that awful light, began to shift, to stir. The trucker's face was the first to turn toward him. His eyes, hollow and empty before, were now filled with something new, a flicker of recognition. The woman in the corner blinked, her eyes slowly tracking his movements, a hint of something like awareness returning to her face. Leather Jacket shifted in his seat, looking around the room as if trying to make sense of where they all were. And then the waitress no, it wasn't her anymore. The smile that twisted across her face had vanished, replaced by a deep, cold emptiness, a gaze that could see through him, into him. "You shouldn't have come back." Her voice was quiet, a whisper that only he could hear, and yet it was louder than any of the screams he had heard before. She stepped forward, and with each movement, the shadows around her seemed to part, bending to her will, as if the very darkness knew her name. The others were starting to move now, too, but they were not themselves. Their faces were drawn with an unnatural, almost mechanical quality, like marionettes pulled by unseen strings, their every movement deliberate, controlled. They didn't speak to him, didn't acknowledge his presence. No, their focus was on something else, something more important. As he moved closer to the light, his feet felt heavier. The hunger in his chest began to twist, contort, no longer just a presence inside of him, but a thing outside of him. It had become tangible now, pulling at him from every direction. His very soul was being consumed, but not in the way it had been before. It wasn't the gnawing emptiness anymore, it was insatiable. It wanted everything. The figures in the diner were standing now, staring at him with eyes that burned with that same terrible hunger. They all knew what he was about to do. They knew what he had already done. The price of stepping through the door, the cost of crossing into the realm of the unknown knit, was not something he had understood until now. "You've joined," the waitress whispered again, her voice like ice. "Now, the feast begins." With that, the light before him pulsed, and the walls of the void began to close in. He was no longer alone. The others, the damned, were closing in on him. Their eyes glinted with that cold hunger, and their steps were slow, deliberate, as if they were part of a larger, more ancient rhythm. They were all a part of something much larger than themselves, a cycle that had existed for as long as time itself. The air grew thick again. It was suffocating, the darkness pressing in, growing heavier, thicker with each passing second. The cold that had once seemed distant now felt like ice in his veins. His limbs grew numb. The voice that had called him here, had faded into the background now, swallowed by the oppressive weight of the space. "You must feed," the trucker's voice echoed from somewhere in the dark, and the others repeated in unison, a chant that filled the air, growing louder with each syllable. "Feed, join, become." The light before him flickered once more, the pulse quickening, more frantic, like the beating of a heart on the edge of death. The light was no longer inviting, it was a trap. It was calling him, but not to salvation. No, it was calling him to become part of it, to complete the cycle, to become another piece in the endless feast. He had been wrong to think there was an escape. In that final moment, as the darkness swallowed him once more, he understood that hunger was not just a thing that fed, it was a thing that transformed. It didn't simply consume bodies, it consumed souls. It turned them into pieces of the feast, part of an eternal cycle that could never be broken. He could feel it now, deep within him, the transformation, the hunger, the call, and he answered. The darkness was complete. There was no light now, no flicker, no pulse, no heartbeat. Just an all-encompassing void that seemed to stretch forever in every direction, swallowing him whole. But even as the abyss wrapped itself around him, he could feel it, something stirring within the stillness, something that shouldn't have been there, something alive. It was as if the entire space was holding its breath, waiting, expecting. The familiar weight of hunger tugged at him from the inside, and his body, no, his soul, began to shift again, warping into something unrecognizable. He was no longer just himself. He could feel the memories of others, those souls trapped in the endless loop, pressing in on him, sharing their pain, their fear, their agony. He could hear their voices, distorted and weak, calling out from beyond the veil. He had joined them. He was no longer just a man. He was a piece of the feast, an ingredient in the endless cycle that had been playing out in this place for who knew how long. And then it happened. The light dot, it came back, but not as it had before. No longer a flickering ember, it exploded into existence like a star collapsing in on itself, pulsing with energy and hunger, growing larger, spreading out in every direction. It was no longer just light. Now it was alive. It had form, substance, it had purpose. It pulled at the fabric of everything. It twisted the very air, bending time and space, distorting reality itself, and he was caught in it. He felt the hunger surge up within him once more, but it was different this time. It wasn't just a gnawing ache, it was a need, a primal, desperate urge to consume, to devour, to satiate the voices of the others, the trucker, the elderly woman, the man in the leather jacket. They were gone now. Their presence, their whispers, had faded into the background like a forgotten song. All that remained was the unbearable pull of the light and his own insatiable hunger. Join us. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating through his very bones. He could feel the energy of the space around him crackle with tension, vibrating with the force of 1,000 unspoken words. He had lost track of time. Was it minutes, hours, days? It no longer mattered. Time had become irrelevant in this place, this endless, oppressive realm. Then the air shifted. The darkness that had surrounded him began to break apart, splintering into jagged shards of light that cut through the void like broken glass. He could see fragments of memories, the faces of the people he had met in the diner flashing before him. Distorted, their expressions twisted in agony. They were frozen in time, their souls suspended in that terrible light, waiting for something, waiting for him. And then a single voice broke through the chaos. A familiar voice, soft and sweet, yet dripping with malice. "You are the last one." It was her, the waitress. She stepped out of the shadows, her form emerging from the twisted fragments of light. Her face was no longer the woman he had seen behind the counter, no longer the friendly, disarming presence. Now she was something else, something darker, something ancient. Her smile had vanished, replaced with something far more disturbing, a perfect, expressionless void, as though her very face had been hollowed out. Her eyes were the same, those deep, empty black pools, but now they gleamed with a sickening understanding, as if she knew something he didn't. "You were supposed to come back," she murmured, stepping closer, her voice low and unblinking. "But now you will understand. You will see the truth. You are the final ingredient, the last soul to complete the feast." The light around them pulsed again, but this time it wasn't just light. It was something else, something alive. The energy was different now, sharper, like the edge of a blade cutting into the very fabric of existence. His legs trembled beneath him, but he couldn't move. The hunger was too strong. It was too powerful. His body was no longer his own. It was a vessel for something far darker, something far older, and he could feel it, that terrible gnawing, need to consume, to devour everything in his path. "The others," he whispered, his throat dry. "The others, ... They are gone," the waitress said coldly, cutting him off. "All of them. You are the last one. The feast is nearly complete. Just one more soul, and the cycle will begin again." The light around him intensified, pushing into his skin, his muscles, his very mind. He felt it creeping through his veins, filling him with a hunger that went beyond the physical. It was a need for everything, for the souls of the lost, for the endless feast, and then, as if the universe itself were being pulled into a singular point, he felt it, the shift. Everything broke apart. The diner, the storm, the people. They vanished. All at once, as though they had never existed at all. There was only the hunger, only the light, only the endless, suffocating pull of the feast. And then he knew he wasn't in the diner anymore. He wasn't even in the realm he had once known. He was part of it now. The feast. The endless cycle. He had become a part of something far larger, far more terrifying than anything he had ever imagined. The hunger was inside him, around him, and there was no escape. There would never be escape. And somewhere, deep within that light, a voice whispered, "The meal is never finished." The air was different now, thick, pressed down on him with a weight that seemed to echo in every inch of his skin. The light had faded, but not entirely. It lingered at the edges, like a dying ember refusing to go out. He could feel it, not just with his eyes, but in his very bones. A humming, a vibration that resonated deep inside him, a constant, quiet pulse that threatened to swallow him whole. But it wasn't just the light that unsettled him now. It was the silence that stretched on, endless and suffocating, pressing in from all sides. There were no whispers, no voices, no footsteps, no trace of the people who had once filled this place, the diner, the storm, the strangers who had been just as trapped as he was. They were all gone. He had become a part of them, but still, the emptiness weighed on him, as though something fundamental had been lost. He should have felt the fulfillment of the cycle, the end of the hunger, but instead all he felt was a gnawing void, a hunger that had not been sated. Something was wrong. The memories were fading now, slipping away like sand through his fingers. He could no longer remember the trucker's name. The woman in the corner was she even real? Had they truly been people, or had they been fragments? Like the pieces of the puzzle that only made sense when you were staring at them in the dark, too lost to see the whole picture. But that was the problem, wasn't it? The pieces didn't fit. He should have felt the completion by now. The diner, the meal, the souls, the endless cycle had reached its end. Why couldn't he remember more? Why did it feel like there was something missing? The faintest flicker of light broke the silence. It was far away, distant, a shadow among shadows, but there was something wrong about it. It was a kind of light that wasn't natural. It pulsed like a heart, like a wound that would not heal, feeding off the emptiness that surrounded it. It seemed to hum, almost in response to his thoughts. And then, without warning, the air shifted. It wasn't just the pressure or the emptiness this time. It was something more tangible, something that felt real. A voice, brittle and soft, cracked. Through the thick silence, "You remember, don't you?" His heart skipped a beat. He hadn't heard a voice since before. It was a low, whispering sound that seemed to echo through the space around him. It wasn't coming from anyone nearby, but from somewhere deep within the emptiness. It was ancient, frail, yet unmistakably familiar. He stepped forward, uncertain, his body moving in slow, uncoordinated steps, as though he was no longer entirely in control. The air around him rippled with the voice, pulling him deeper into the strange, pulsating light that now seemed to stretch before him, as though it were a vast expanse waiting to consume him. And then, like a jolt of electricity, memories surged. Back into him, the diner, the storm, the faces of the others, distorted, blurred, but there. And that damn clock, the one that had never moved, the one that had never changed. It was still frozen in his mind, stuck at the same time. The clock hadn't been stuck. It was waiting for him to realize. But what was it? What did it mean? The hum grew louder, the pulse vibrating beneath his feet as he moved toward the light. The shadows around him danced, weaving in strange, tangled patterns, as if the very fabric of space itself was pulling apart at the seams. He could feel the presence now, the energy. It was not just the feast, it was the place. The diner had never been just a diner. It had never been just a stop on the road. No, it was something else entirely. And then the final piece slid into place. The voice came again, low and rumbling, but now it was clearer, more distinct. You didn't realize, did you? The meal is never finished. The diner is the waiting place, the pause between worlds. You were never supposed to leave. You were never supposed to escape. ... Asterisk, his pulse quickened. The ground beneath him seemed to shift. The pulse of light that had led him forward now felt like a trap, drawing him deeper into the unknown. The air was thick with the scent of decay, like the residue of things long forgotten. Old, rotting wood, stale coffee, dusty air, heavy with the smell of time that had passed and yet never moved. You think you escaped, the voice continued, growing darker. But you didn't. You can't. Not anymore. Not here. Suddenly, a chill ran through him, deep and biting. He froze, turning in place. Behind him in the darkness he could see them. The figures, the ones who had once been people. The trucker, the woman, the man in the leather jacket. They were standing still now, their eyes wide and empty, staring at him without blinking, like broken dolls. Their faces were pale, expressionless, their bodies stiff, frozen in place as though they had been waiting for him to understand. And as he turned, he felt it, and the meal he had thought over had only just begun. The hunger was not for food, it was for souls. For his soul, he had become part of it, part of the endless cycle. The diner was not just a place where the lost went. It was a place where souls stayed, trapped in an eternal loop, where time didn't exist, where the meal was never finished. And as he looked at the frozen figures, those trapped, hollow souls who were once human, he understood. He had become one of them, a forgotten one, waiting, forever. The cold seeped into his skin, but it wasn't just physical. It was deeper, more invasive, an icy hand that gripped his very soul. The darkness, which had once felt oppressive, now felt pervasive. It was part of him. It was inside him, inside the pulse of his thoughts, his every breath. He could feel it in his chest, tightening with every beat of his heart, as if the very act of living was a thing being slowly strangled. The figures were still there, locked in their eternal positions. The trucker, with his vacant eyes and wide, unblinking stare. The woman, her hands folded neatly in her lap, a smile frozen on her lips that was neither kind nor cruel, just empty. The man in the leather jacket, his head tilted slightly as if forever caught in the act of listening to a song that no longer played. They stood, waiting, always waiting. But he was no longer just one of them. He could feel it now, the hunger. It was not just a physical ache anymore. It was a gnawing presence, an insatiable need clawing its way through his mind. It wasn't just for food, for sustenance. No, this hunger was different. It was for all of it, for the souls trapped in this place, for the endless cycle of death, rebirth, and loss. It was the hunger of something far older, something far more ancient than he had ever dared imagine. And it was inside him now, swirling like a storm, pulling at his thoughts, pulling at his very existence. The diner had never been a diner. It had been a place of transformation, a place where the lost were made to feed the eternal hunger, the souls that wandered in and out, trapped between worlds, caught in the loop of waiting for a meal that would never truly end. They were all a part of it, now including him. The truth was becoming clear now, like the pieces of a shattered mirror, slowly aligning. This wasn't just a diner. It was a threshold, a place where the hungry were consumed, not by food, but by time, by memory, by the very essence of what it meant to exist. His legs felt weight. The realization of it all, pressed down on him. He wanted to scream, but his mouth was dry, his throat hollow. He could feel the whispers again, those faraway voices, the voices of the lost. But this time, they weren't faint. They were close, too close. "You are one of us now," came a voice, soft but clear. It was the trucker, but it was not his voice. Something that had possessed him. "You ... are a part of the feast." The man's eyes blinked slowly, a single tear sliding down his cheek. He didn't seem to notice it, as though his body was no longer his own, as though it had been replaced by something that only mimicked life. The woman in the corner stirred, her head tilted toward him, and then her lips parted, revealing teeth too sharp, too white in the half-light. "The hunger, it never stops," she murmured, her voice now a hollow echo. "We feed ... and we wait forever." He wanted to turn away, to escape, but there was nowhere to go. The diner, the place that had once seemed so mundane, so ordinary, was now a prison, a labyrinth of endless corridors and rooms that never seemed to end. Each one filled with lost souls, each one filled with the same hollow hunger that now consumed him. "No more running," the woman said, her voice suddenly sharp, like the scrape of metal on stone. "No more escaping. We're all here, and we are ... one." The man in the leather jacket shifted again, his eyes snapping open, and for the first time they locked onto his. There was a recognition there, a knowing, something that made his stomach twist, cracked and dry. We were all waiting for it, waiting to become ... this, waiting to be part of the feast. The trucker finished, his voice now completely detached, empty, waiting for the hunger to come and take us, and for us to take it back. The cycle never ends. You were always meant to be here, just like the rest of us. The hunger surged again within him, but this time it wasn't just in his chest. It was everywhere. His body, his mind, his very soul was being devoured by it. He could feel it gnawing at his memories, tearing them apart, twisting them into something unrecognizable. Faces, names, moments, they slipped away like water through his fingers, leaving only the endless emptiness. "We feed ... double quotes the man in the leather jacket whispered, his mouth curling into something that resembled a smile, but was twisted, distorted by the hunger that now filled him. "The meal is always hungry." The diner's walls seemed to close in on him. The ceiling pressed down. The windows seemed to stretch further and further away, as if the diner itself was becoming an endless void, a place that didn't belong to the world at all. Time stopped making sense. The air grew heavier, colder ... and then the waitress appeared again. But this time, she was not smiling. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow, her skin stretched tight over her bones. There was nothing of the woman he had seen behind the counter left in her. Now she was something far darker, something that made his insides twist in terror. "You've joined us," she said softly, her voice not quite her own. It was as though the words came from something ancient, something that had been waiting for him all along. She stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate. "The feast doesn't end. It never ends. It only waits." The light began to pulse again. The dark corners of the diner seemed to bleed into the light, stretching the space, expanding it until it felt like the walls themselves were made of hunger. The clock on the wall, still frozen at the same hour, ticked once and then twice. The meal was never finished. The endless cycle of waiting began again, and he, too, would wait. Waiting for the hunger to take him again. Waiting for the feast ... the end, or the hollow beginning of another cycle. The diner's walls began to dissolve, or perhaps it was him who was unraveling, pulled apart at the seams, thread by thread, bone by bone. Time and space were no longer distinct. They blurred together in a cacophony of noise, humming, hissing, a constant vibration that felt like the very pulse of the world itself. It was a pulse that had always been there, that would always be there. Whether or not he acknowledged it, he tried to move, to scream, but his body betrayed him. He was frozen, immobile. His mouth opened, but no sound came out, only the hollow echo of his thoughts crashing against the walls of his skull. He could see it now, the true horror. The diner was not just a place of endless meals and endless waiting. It was a living thing, an entity, a wound in time and space that could never heal it. It fed on souls. It fed on time. It fed on those who thought they could escape, those who thought they could leave, those who thought they were safe. And now he was part of it. He could feel it creeping through his veins, a strange coldness, a deep, suffocating pressure that bloomed from the very core of his being. It was inside him. It had always been inside him. The waitress stepped forward, her face more distant than ever, her eyes wide and unblinking. Her mouth was barely a line, but her voice was 1,000 voices, a chorus of whispers, of forgotten memories, of things that had been devoured long ago. "You can't leave," she whispered. But this time, her words weren't a warning. They were a truth. "You've already fed," he felt it. Then, the gnawing sensation at the base of his mind, that dark hunger, the same hunger that had gnawed at him from the moment he entered the diner. It wasn't something he could ignore anymore. It wasn't just a part of him, it was him. It was his every thought, every desire, every fragment of his soul. It was the hunger, the endless hunger. "Everyone who walks through this door, ... The waitress's voice continued, soft, calm, like the whisper of a long-forgotten memory, ... becomes part of the meal, a piece in the puzzle, a bite in the feast. And the feast never ends, not for us, not for you, not for anyone." And then she smiled. But it wasn't a smile of warmth or kindness. It was a smile of acknowledgement, a smile that said, "You belong here." The others, the trucker, the woman, the man in the leather jacket, all stepped forward in unison, their movements stiff and deliberate, their eyes empty. They had been waiting for him to understand, waiting for him to see what they had already known. "We all become part of the meal." The trucker's voice rang out, distant and hollow. "We all feed. And when it's time for the meal to end, we'll all be waiting for the next one, for the next lost soul." And then they laughed softly, eerily, the sound of their voices blending into a chorus of empty, guttural amusement. The diner pulsed with a sickening rhythm, as if breathing. The light flickered, casting strange shadows that twisted and warped, growing longer, stretching into grotesque shapes. The walls creaked, the floor groaned beneath his feet, and the air grew thick with the stench of decay. And then the clock stuck. At the same time, the same moment, ticked again. Once, twice, it had been ticking. It had never stopped. The meal was always happening. It would never end. His body trembled. He tried to tear himself free, tried to scream, but the hunger was too great. The walls pressed in, the light swallowed him whole, and he could no longer remember if he had ever been anything else, if he had ever been anything more than a part of the diner itself, a part of the endless, hollow feast, a part of the waiting. The voices around him faded into a low, rhythmic hum, and he felt it, then the bite, the sharp sting of a hunger that wasn't just in his body. It was in his mind. It was everywhere. The sensation of being consumed from within. The gnawing void that would never be filled. And then he was no longer alone. There were others, so many others. Faces blurred and forgotten, flickering in the corners of his mind. Each one a piece of the cycle. Each one another soul who had walked through that door, believing they could leave, believing they could escape. But no one escapes the diner. The hunger did not discriminate. It did not care for who you were or what you left behind. It only cared about the feed. It only cared about the wait. And so they all waited. He waited, the trucker, the woman, the man in the leather jacket, all of them waiting for the next soul to stumble into the diner, for the next lost traveler to come and sit at the table, for the next bite to be taken. And so the cycle continued, over and over, each meal feeding the next, each soul becoming part of the endless, devouring feast, the end. Or is it merely another beginning? Will you ever escape? Or will you, too, become a piece of the feast? The diner wins. ... You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. Clara sat in her cozy living room, the faint hum of the ceiling fan mingling with the quiet of the afternoon. It was the kind of stillness that wrapped around her like a thick blanket, almost too peaceful for a late spring day in Oklahoma. Her fingers grazed the edge of her coffee cup as the sun's golden light spilled through the window, casting long shadows across the room. It should have been comforting, but at WASN, single quotes to dot, her phone buzzed sharply on the coffee table, pulling her from the trance-like calm. At first, she ignored it until the piercing, urgent beep cut through the silence again. With a sigh, she reached for it, eyes already drawn to the bright red weather alert flashing on the screen. Tornado warning. Immediate threat to your area. Seek shelter now. Clara's heart skipped a beat. She glanced out the window. The sky was an odd shade of blue clear, stretching endlessly above her. No dark clouds. No distant rumble of thunder. Just ... nothing. The wind hadn't even picked up. She tapped on the alert, eyes scanning the fine print. Storm expected to impact your location at 3:45 p.m. It was still 3 o'clock. She'd seen tornadoes form before, but they were always quick to show themselves. She had plenty of time. She grabbed her purse, her phone charger, a bottle of water. Something about the alert felt ... wrong. The timing didn't match the weather, and she'd heard nothing about this storm on the local news. But it didn't matter. The storm was coming, and she had to go. With quick, determined movements, Clara rushed to the hallway and swung open the door to her storm shelter. It was cold down there. The thick concrete walls absorbed any light, leaving her in near darkness as she fumbled to turn on the overhead light. The damp, musty air hit her in the face, heavy with the scent of earth and decay. But it was safe. She could wait it out. She closed the door behind her with a soft click, leaving her phone on a small table beside the wall. Clara sank into a folding chair, staring at the radio in front of her. It was an old thing, a relic from when she was a child, an emergency radio with a dull, cracked dial and an antenna that seemed permanently bent. She turned it on, half expecting nothing but static. But when the first wave of sound crackled to life, Clara froze. It wasn't the usual broadcast. The voice was tinny, distant, almost mechanical. It spoke in an eerie, static-laced tone that sent chills down her spine. Immediate threat. Oklahoma, May 15, 1974. Her pulse quickened. The broadcast was from decades ago. Why was it playing now? She tuned the dial, trying to adjust the frequency, but the voice continued to speak in eerie monotone, giving details about a storm that never hit. Her brow furrowed as the voice described how everything in its path was obliterated. It sounded so ... real. Clara rubbed her temples, trying to shake off the rising sense of panic. She couldn't understand if this wasn't just an old broadcast. It was like the storm had been resurrected, and it was heading straight for her. The station didn't seem to be from any modern broadcast either. The signal sounded warped and ancient. She grabbed her phone to check the latest. Alert again. Tornado warning for your area. Seek shelter. But then, something changed. As she glanced at the screen, her thumb hovered over the screen. The warning wasn't just generic anymore. It had her address: Clara Hendricks, 409 Cherrywood Drive. The alert specifically mentioned her location. It was as if the storm was aiming for her house, and her house alone. Clara's breath caught in her throat. She stood up suddenly, her knees weak. The fear rose quickly now. She rushed to the door, flinging it open and stepping back into the house. She stepped out onto the front porch, eyes wide, scanning the sky. Nothing. No dark clouds, no swirling wind. Not a single sign of a storm anywhere. Just clear skies, stillness. The silence pressed in around her. The distant hum of insects in the air, louder than the world itself. Her phone buzzed again, but this time, it wasn't a weather alert. It was a new notification. Her stomach flipped. The screen flickered for a moment, a strange, jagged pulse running through it. Then, the image solidified. The front door of her house appeared on the screen. Her heart pounded. It was ... security footage. But there was something off about it. The footage was grainy, like it had been filmed decades ago, yet the date on the screen showed it was live. Clara felt a sharp shiver slide down her spine as she watched the footage closely. The door to her house was opening, slowly, gently. No wind, no creak of the door that usually accompanied its movement. Her breath caught in her throat as she stood frozen, staring at the screen. Who or what was opening her door? The radio crackled again, and a cold voice whispered through the static. Stay inside. It's already too late. The radio's crackling grew louder, its distortion making Clara's ears ring. The eerie voice that had been speaking through Itha, the one that felt so distant now, sounded unnervingly close. It was as if the voice had crawled out from the static, itself brushing up against her skin. Stay hidden. Don't make a sound. Her hands trembled as she reached for the radio's dial, desperate to turn it off, to escape the oppressive weight of that voice. But her fingers fumbled. The voice, like a dark thread, was pulling her into something she couldn't comprehend. She wanted to turn the damn thing off, but every time she tried, the dial would slip back into place, as though something inside the radio was keeping her from controlling it. The storm... It is not what you think it is. It is not a force of nature. It is coming for you... The voice paused, then continued, its tone growing more ominous, more deliberate. The words hung in the air like a strange foul scent. She couldn't shake you, Clara Hendricks, 409 Cherrywood Drive. Clara froze, the words freezing her heart in her chest. How? How did it know her name? She wasn't the type to give her address out to anyone, but the utilities company and the occasional pizza delivery. She'd never had a problem like this before. The sound of her own name hanging in the air felt like a curse, and she couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching her. The door to the storm shelter was still ajar, the dim light from the house casting long shadows across the concrete floor. But she couldn't leave now, not with the voice of that radio, not when it felt like the walls were closing in. Clara glanced back at her phone, the screen still flickering with the grainy footage. Her front door had opened wider, the old wooden frame creaking under its own mysterious force. It was now a dark, yawning space, like a mouth waiting to devour her. Breath caught in her throat again as she noticed something new in the footage. A shadow in the doorway, tall, thin, with no discernible features. It seemed to hover just outside her house, standing motionless. Was it waiting? The radio's voice interrupted her thoughts, calm and clipped, but knowing. The storm is coming, but it is not of wind and rain. It is a storm of consequence, and you are at its center. Clara's mind raced, piecing together fragments of the voice's cryptic messages. Was this some kind of sick joke? Was someone messing with her? But then why did everything feel so real? Another flash of the front door on her phone. The shadow had moved. Just a step, but enough for her to see that it wasn't alone. There was something else, like the very space around it was warping, bending to its will. Her phone buzzed again, a new text message blinking at the top of the screen. Clara swallowed hard. She didn't want to read it, but the fear in her chest told her that she had no choice. Slowly, she unlocked the screen. They're inside now. A cold shiver ran through her as she glanced up at the door to the storm shelter. The weight of the air in the room had changed. She could feel it, like a pressure pressing against her chest, stifling her breath. Her thoughts swirled in chaos. She reached for the radio again, gripping the dial with sweaty palms. Her body was shaking now, but she couldn't stop herself. She needed to hear more. There had to be some answer, some explanation that would make sense of all this. The voice from the radio flared to life once more. Its sound clear and sharp, as if it were right next to her. You have been warned. The door is already open. It's too late to hide, Clara. The storm has found its way to you. Clara stumbled backward, almost knocking over the small table that sat next to the radio. She looked at the front door on her phone once more. The shadow was closer now, its outline sharper, more defined. It was standing in her foyer, its presence somehow more real than anything she had ever seen. And then the worst thing happened. The shadow moved again only. This time, it didn't step. Forward, it turned its head. Clara's stomach lurched. The creature, or whatever it was looking directly at her through the phone screen. It knew she was watching. It knew she was down there. Her heart raced as her hand fumbled for the phone. But before she could react, the radio cut through the silence again, the voice now sickeningly sweet, like a lullaby from hell. It's not a storm, Clara. You are the storm. You always have been. Now ... come outside. Clara's throat tightened, and a cold sweat broke out across her skin. The phone buzzed again, a new message blinking on the screen. This one wasn't from the weather service. It was from an unknown number. The message simply read, "You can't hide from what's coming." As her fingers hovered over the screen, the door behind her in the shelter creaked. A soft, faint sound, barely audible, but enough to make her spine snap straight with terror. Someone or something was coming down the stairs. She whipped around, but saw nothing. The air in the storm shelter had grown colder, and the shadows along the walls stretched, reaching for her. Something was wrong. Something had followed her down here. Her pulse surged. Was it already too late? The air in the storm shelter had turned unnaturally cold, and Clara's breath came out in quick, shallow bursts. She could feel it, the unmistakable sense that something was in the room with her. That feeling of eyes watching, waiting. Her hands shook violently as she tried to grip her phone again, but her fingers fumbled over the screen. The voice on the radio came again, this time quieter, as if it was speaking from just beyond the door, to close, to intimate. The words curled around her, and she felt them press against her skin, sinking deep into her bones. ... Clara ... Her name lingered in the air like a poison, pulling her mind back to the radio. She didn't want to listen. She didn't want to hear more, but there was no escape. The voice was everywhere now, filling the small storm shelter like an invisible presence, pressing in from every angle. Clara Hendricks, 409 Cherrywood Drive ... The voice spoke her full name with such chilling precision that her legs nearly gave way beneath her. How does it know my full name? The storm is for you, Clara. You are the one it has chosen, the one it has been waiting for ... Her pulse pounded in her ears as the radio continued. The static hissed for a moment, and then the voice became clearer, its tone sharper, more direct. It wasn't just an ominous warning. Now it felt like an accusation. You should have known this day would come. You've felt it, haven't you? That creeping sense that you were always marked. That something has been waiting for you. Clara stepped backward, her mind struggling to make sense of it all. She could feel her heart racing in her chest. Each thump a painful reminder that she was running out of time. Something has been waiting. For me, the voice continued, smooth and rhythmic, as though it were rehearsing a tale meant specifically for her. May 15th, 1974. The storm that never came, but the one you feared would return. It was here then, and it is here now. The storm is personal, Clara. Your home has always been at the center of it. Her breath caught. A sense of dread settled in her stomach, like a stone. The reference to May 15th was far too specific to be a coincidence. That was the date she had been born, May 15th, 1974, the very year the storm had supposedly struck her town, leaving destruction in its wake. But Clara had never heard anything about it. No family stories, no records, no whispers of the disaster that the voice described. Her mind reeled as she pieced it together. This was more than a storm. It was a recurring event tied to her very existence. She had always thought the sense of dread, the anxiety she had lived with her whole life, was just the normal fear of an overactive imagination. But now, as the pieces clicked together, she realized it wasn't just an anxious thought. It was a warning. Her phone buzzed in her hand again. She looked at the screen, her breath hitching. Another message from the weather service. This time, there was no vague alert, no generic warning. The message was far more detailed, far more personal. Tornado warning for your area. Immediate threat. Take cover. This storm will affect only you. It is already here. The blood drained from Clara's face. Her hand trembled as she read it again. It's already here. She turned back to the front door footage on her phone, eyes darting nervously from the screen to the shelter door. The shadow was closer, no much closer. It was no longer standing motionless outside the door. It was inside her house. Her breath caught in her throat. The shadow hadn't just moved. It had crossed the threshold. It was now standing just inside the foyer, just a few steps from the stairs leading down to the storm shelter. Clara's blood ran cold. The radio crackled. Once more, its voice rising from the static, chilling in its calm delivery. Double quotes, Clara. Do you hear it? The storm is inside your home now. It has come for you. You cannot escape what is already here. The door is open. She didn't know what to do. The walls of the shelter felt like they were closing in on her. She could still hear the wind howling outside, though it sounded distant, mutidas, though it was far away, yet closing in. The air was stifling now, as if the storm was suffocating everything, turning the shelter into a tomb. Clara clutched the phone to her chest, her hands slick with cold sweat. It's not outside anymore. Another message appeared on the screen, but this time it wasn't from the weather service. It was a security alert from her home's system, another eerie intrusion into her personal space. Motion detected. Front door. Her breath hitched as she stared at the screen. The footage flickered again, a ripple across the image. The door was now wide open. The shadow was inside, standing perfectly still in the entryway. The next message appeared. This one from an unknown number. It's already too late to hide. It's already here. Clara's blood ran cold. The shadow, the one that had been standing so still in the doorway, now it was moving. It was coming toward her, slowly but with intent. And then the worst thing happened. The shadow, for the first time, moved its head. Not in a way that was natural, but in an unnatural, jerky motion. It turned toward the stairs. It turned toward her. It was aware of her. It was coming for her. The radio crackled to life once more, the voice soft and almost hypnotic, as though it was speaking directly into her ear. Clara, come outside. Clara's breath was tight in her chest, her fingers gripping the phone so hard that her knuckles ached. She stared at the grainy security footage, her pulse thundering in her ears. The shadow in the doorway was moving closer. It wasn't like a human walk, not the casual sway of a person going about their day. No, this movement was stiff, deliberate, unnerving. The creature was no longer lingering in the hallway. It was creeping toward the stairs. The soft glow of the phone screen was the only light in the storm shelter now. The sound of her breath seemed too loud in the heavy air. The radio, static-filled and insistent, played on in the background, its voice a low, guttural hum now that seemed to vibrate through her bones. Clara. The radio's voice no longer called her by her name in the eerie, formal tone it once did. No, this time it was slow, drawn out, like an old friend, too familiar for comfort. You know it's coming. You can't hide anymore. Clara's heart hammered in her throat. She shoved the phone into her pocket, almost tearing at her sleeve in the process, her mind racing. The thing in the hallway had reached the foot of the stairs. She could feel its presence, like a pressure on her chest. She could hear the faint creak of the floorboards upstairs, as if something was walking on them, taking its time, savoring the steps it was about to take. Her mind was a tangled mess, refusing to focus on any one thing for too long. She wanted to run, to flee, to escape the crushing terror that was squeezing her every thought. But where could she go? The storm was everywhere, it seemed. Outside, inside, ... The storm was here. The shadow was a part of it. Her eyes flickered back to the stairs leading up to the house. The air around her felt wrong, thick and heavy, as though she were sinking into some dark, unfathomable space. The walls felt like they were closing in around her. And then the air around her shifted again, the faint smell of something metallic, like rust, cutting through the damp concrete. A sound broke through her frantic thoughts. A soft click. The door upstairs, the door to her living room, had just snapped shut. Her heart skipped a beat. She hadn't heard it open, but she knew exactly what had happened. The thing had made its way into the house. The thing that had followed her down here. It had closed the door, trapping her in this underground tomb. The radio hissed again, a crackle of static. Then the voice, this time in a whisper. It's too late. You can't hide down there. It's already inside your home. The storm is no longer outside. She could feel the sweat pooling at the small of her back, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was true. She had no way out. The storm had already crossed the threshold, and whatever this was, whatever had come for her, had found its way into the house. It was here. A soft, almost imperceptible scrape echoed from the hallway above. The thing was moving, stepping cautiously but deliberately. Every sound was sharp, invasive, scraping along the walls as it moved, a sound that seemed to seep into her bones. Then it came. A low, drawn-out groan echoed through the house. Clara couldn't place the sound. Was it wood, creaking under pressure? Or was it ... something else? Something human? No, it couldn't be. The radio's static increased in pitch, shrill and desperate, but there was no way to turn it off. No way to stop the whispers. The storm is waiting for you, Clara ... You cannot run from what you are. Clara jumped to her feet, her legs unsteady beneath her as panic began to overtake her. She backed toward the storm-sheltered door, then paused. The air felt so thick with dread, she could barely breathe. The radio crackled again, and then she heard the voice directly behind her. Don't go back. Don't hide. Come out. The storm is waiting. She spun around, eyes wide, but there was nothing there. The room was empty, just the small concrete walls surrounding her, closing in as though they were alive. The door of the shelter trembled. Just a tiny vibration, but enough to send a jolt of pure terror through her chest. It was coming for her. She grabbed the radio, ripping it from its place on the small table, holding it to her ears as if it could provide her with answers. The voice now sounded distorted, fragmented, as if the creature was speaking through a veil of static. Clara ... You are the storm. You can't escape. The door is open now. It's inside. Clara's fingers clutched the edges of The table, the pressure of her grip causing the wood to splinter beneath her touch. The walls felt like they were closing in tighter now, the room shrinking with every second. The shadow from the hallway was so close, she could feel it in her skin. Another sound closer, this time. A sharp breath, ragged and wet, almost human, but not quite. It was inside the storm shelter with her now. The door behind her, the one that led to the house, was opening, slowly, as if it didn't need to rush. The scrape of nails along the concrete echoed like a nightmare. And then, she heard it, the soft whisper of breath, hot against the back of her neck. Clara's body froze, her blood turning to ice. The shadow had found her, and the storm that had been stalking her had already begun. The breath on the back of Clara's neck was slow, deliberate. It wasn't just a gust of air, it was intentional. She could feel it, creeping like ice-cold fingers brushing against her skin, cold enough to freeze the marrow in her bones. Her heart thudded painfully, each beat louder than the last, pounding in her ears. The suffocating tension in the room felt like it was swallowing her whole. The walls of the storm shelter seemed to close in tighter with each passing second, as though they were closing off the very air she needed to breathe. The scrape of nails across concrete was unmistakable now, the sound dragging on in slow, agonizing waves. Clara's mind was racing, spinning out of control. No way out, no way out. It's here, it's inside. She turned slowly, instinctively, toward the door at the far end of the shelter, the one that led to the house above. The door, which had remained locked for so long, was now half open, the faintest crack, just wide enough for something to slip through. The air turned even colder, suffocating, as if a vacuum had opened up in the room, pulling the very heat from her body. The shadows along the walls stretched unnaturally, twisting and contorting, reaching toward her with elongated fingers that seemed to flicker and twitch. Then there was the sound again, a wet, raspy breath, followed by something heavier, a slow dragging of feet, like something inhuman dragging itself across the floor. It was so close now, so close that Clara could almost feel the cold shadow that followed it, brushing against her skin, wrapping around her like a suffocating fog. Her pulse raced in her throat, but she couldn't bring herself to move. Her limbs felt like stone, as though the weight of what was coming had anchored her in place. Clara, ... The voice slithered from the radio again, the static, a low hum. In her ears, barely perceptible against the noise of her own heartbeat. You can't hide from the storm. The storm is you. Clara gasped, the words burrowing into her like needles. Her mind reeled with the implications. The storm is me. What does that mean? She had always felt like something had been following her, an unseen presence just on the edges of her life. But this was beyond anything she could understand. Her fingers, cold and stiff, hovered over the phone in her pocket. She didn't want to look again. She didn't want to confirm what she already knew, but she had to. She needed to know what was happening. With a shaking hand, she pulled it from her pocket and unlocked the screen. The familiar security footage flickered to life, but this time it was different. The door was wide open now, the frame fully exposed to the shadow that had been lurking on the other side. The shadow had crossed the threshold. The image on the screen seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the shadows in the hallway now moving, undulating like something alive. But it wasn't just the hall we know. The footage now revealed something more horrifying. The hallway was empty, and the shadow was no longer there. It had moved, it was inside. Standing in the living room, Clara's chest constricted as she stared. At the image on the phone screen, the creature, the thing, was standing perfectly still, but it was not alone. There was something else with it, a distortion in the air, a ripple of energy that seemed to warp and bend the space around it. The creature's limbs stretched unnaturally, elongating in ways that made Clara's stomach churn. The walls around it seemed to bend to its will, warping and pulsing with an otherworldly, grotesque rhythm. Her pulse quickened as the thing raised its head. The face, or what passed for a face, was a twisted mass of shifting shadows, too indistinct, too defined, but too real to ignore. Its eyes glowed faintly, dark as midnight, and it was staring directly at her. The thing was watching her, and it knew she was watching it. Clara felt the weight of its gaze, cold and oppressive, seeping through the screen and into her mind. The static buzzed louder, a deep, gut-wrenching hum that made her teeth ache. The door to the storm shelter creaked. Clara spun around, her heart threatening to rip from her chest. The door was now wide open, fully open, as if someone had slowly pushed it. The shadows from the house above bled down into the shelter, long and sickly, curling like fingers reaching toward her. The flickering light from the phone illuminated, the blackness creeping in, but only just. There was something else now, something in the shadows. A figure. Clara's breath caught in her throat. It wasn't the creature from the hallway. This was something new, something human. A woman, her face obscured by hair, stepped out of the darkness. Her clothes were old, tattered, stained with dirt and blood. She moved slowly, her steps almost dragging, as though she were fighting against something unseen. She didn't speak, but Clara could feel the weight of her gaze, like an invisible force pressing against her chest. The woman's eyes flickered with a strange light. No, they were not eyes, but empty sockets, black and hollow, like the void itself. Clara's mind couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. The figure was there, yet not there. It was real, but also something from beyond the veil of her understanding. "It's coming for you," the figure whispered. Her voice was a broken echo. Not quite human, but not quite anything else either. "The storm is here, and you're its eye." Clara's heart stopped. The woman's lips didn't move again, but her voice seemed to come from all around her. The words weren't meant for her ears, they were meant for her soul. And then the woman reached out with an outstretched hand. A cold, black mist poured from her palm, swirling around the room like a living thing, a storm of its own. It engulfed the storm shelter, filling Clara's lungs, her mouth, her nose with its suffocating, otherworldly chill. Clara screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the storm, by the thing that had followed her, by the thing that had been waiting for her. The black mist curled around Clara like an icy embrace, smothering her every breath. It was thick and suffocating, pressing against her chest, and for a moment she couldn't tell if she was breathing or drowning. The air tasted bitter, as though she were inhaling the very essence of rot itself. She staggered back, her legs trembling, but the ground beneath her felt unstable, as though it were tilting with the weight of what was happening. The figure in the doorway, the woman with the hollow eyes, didn't move. She stood as still as death itself, her outstretched hand hovering, palm open, as though waiting for Clara to fall into its grip. Clara's mind spun in a whirlwind of panic. What is this? What does it want? She wanted to scream. She wanted to fight back, to run, but her body was frozen, her limbs as heavy as stone. Her thoughts raced, but they felt disconnected, scattered. She could hear the radio still buzzing, static cutting in and out like a heartbeat. The voice that had plagued her throughout this ordeal came through again, but now it was deeper, more guttural. It was no longer merely speaking, it was laughing. Clara... The voice rasped, echoing through the storm. "You think you can escape. You are the storm. You have always been the storm. It has been waiting for you." The woman's eyes flickered, the black sockets momentarily glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. Clara's heart stuttered in her chest. Those eyes, those empty eyes, had been staring into her soul from the moment she first felt the storm's pull. They had been waiting for her. She was the eye of the storm. Her blood ran cold as she realized the full weight of what the voice had meant. She was not a mere victim of this storm. She was its center, its heart. The shadow she had been running from, the cold that had seeped into her house, the static voice, the woman in the doorway had all been leading. To this moment, the storm was her own creation. It was as if the very air inside the storm shelter had thickened into a dense fog of dread. The walls seemed to shift, pulsing with the same malevolent rhythm as the creature in the hallway. The space felt alive, no longer a shelter, but a tomb, a place caught between two worlds. Clara's head throbbed as if something inside her was trying to break free, to claw its way out. The figure in the doorway didn't speak. It didn't need to. The storm wasn't just outside. It was inside. And now Clara could feel it, could see it, twisting within her. Her heart thudded as she looked down at her trembling hands. Her skin was pale, translucent, like something not quite real. A deep, throbbing pain radiated from her chest, and she staggered forward, clutching her ribs as if the storm within her was trying to tear her apart. The storm was her. The woman's lips parted slowly, but her voice wasn't a whisper. This time it was a scream, as though the very air itself was being torn apart. "It's too late to hide." The words echoed in Clara's mind, surrounding her with an impossible weight. "You are the storm, the tornado that never came, but was always meant to come. The destruction, the chaos, you carry it with you." Clara's thoughts became fragmented. She remembered the radio broadcast now, the warning of a storm that had never happened, the storm that had always been waiting for her. May 15th, 1974, her birth date. The year the storm was meant to hit her town, but it never had it come because it had always been inside me. A violent wave of nausea rolled through her. She fell to her knees, the floor of the shelter cold beneath her, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The air felt alive, crawling under her skin, churning inside her like a cyclone. The static on the radio surged, louder now, deafening. The voice was no longer speaking to her. It was laughing, a low, dark sound that seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the shelter. "You were born to be this." Clara couldn't think, couldn't breathe. Her mind was a blur, her chest tightening with the overwhelming presence of the storm within her. It wasn't an external force. It was her. She was the storm. She was always the storm. The woman stepped forward, her hollow eyes locked onto Clara's, her smile sharp, like the edges of broken glass. She was coming closer now, and Clara could feel her power, the storm's power growing stronger with every step the woman took. It was like something deep inside Clara was stirring, awakening, feeding on the chaos, pulling her toward the brink. The storm had finally arrived, and it was her. A violent, gut-wrenching pain flared in her chest. She gasped, clutching her ribs as the pressure inside her increased. It was like her body was being torn apart from the inside out. She could feel the pressure of the tornado, the winds that had never truly existed outside of her mind, twisting and howling, pushing against her flesh. Her vision blurred, the darkness closing in around her. The woman was right in front of her now, too close to escape, her hollow eyes boring into Clara's very soul. The figure raised one hand, still dripping with the black mistand, touched Clara's forehead. The world around her cracked open, like the sky before a storm. Clara's mind fractured, shattered into 1,000 pieces, and in that instant, she understood. The storm, the shadow, the woman, it wasn't just a force. It wasn't just a curse. It was her destiny. She had always been destined to bring the storm, to be the storm. As Clara collapsed to the ground, her breath shallow and panicked, she realized that she had never been running from the storm. She had been running toward it, and now the storm had claimed her. The black mist spiraled out from her body, wrapping around the room like an endless tide, and with it, a chilling, eternal howl echoed in the distance. The sound of the storm, at last finding its release. The radio fell silent. The storm outside had passed, but Clara was no longer there. When Clara's eyes fluttered open, she was no longer in the storm shelter. The air around her was thick, heavy with a suffocating silence. She was lying on the floor of her living room, the same room she had fled from earlier, the room she had once called home, the room that had been consumed by the storm. But now it was still. For a long moment, Clara lay still, the pounding in her head slowly ebbing into a dull, throbbing ache. Her body felt strange, as if the weight of everything that had happened had crushed her into a strange new form. She could feel the cool wood beneath her palms, the faint scent of dust and mildew in the air. The room was eerily normal to normal. It felt wrong. Her breath hitched in her throat, and she slowly pushed herself up, her hands shaking as they slid across the floor for balance. The once cracked walls, the dim lighting, the faint smell of a storm that had passed, everything seemed out of place, as if her mind were playing tricks on her. She stared around the room, her heart pounding with uncertainty. Had it all been a dream? Had she been imagining the dark woman, the whispering voice, the storm that had taken root inside her? But no, the feeling, the crushing weight of something was still there. It lingered in the pit of her stomach like the remnants of an unresolved nightmare. The storm hadn't passed. Clara's head snapped toward the window. The sun was shining outside, the sky a pale blue, the wind gently rustling the trees. Everything looked ... perfect. Too perfect. The storm had gone, but it wasn't gone. She was the storm. Her eyes darted back to the phone on the table beside her. It was buzzing, vibrating erratically, as though it were calling her back, hesitating. Only for a second, Clara reached for it. The screen flickered on, and the familiar emergency alert popped up. Severe weather, alert, tornado warning. Her breath caught in her throat. Her vision blurred for a second, her pulse quickening, but she forced herself to focus. The message read the same as before, her street name, her house. A tornado was approaching, and the warning seemed to be specifically for her, as if the storm was zeroing in on her, like a predator tracking its prey. Not again, Clara thought, her stomach twisting with dread, but she couldn't look away. The warning didn't make sense. The sky was clear. There was no sign of the violent storm she had felt earlier. The phone screen flickered again. The security footage began to load, just as it had before. Clara's hands were trembling as she pressed the video feed. At first, there was nothing. The screen was blank, showing only the hallway outside her front door. Just as it had earlier then, the image changed. There was the shadow. But this time, it wasn't in the hallway. No, this time the figure was standing directly in front of her front door. Its form was dark, blurred, and incomprehensible, like a trick of the light. The static buzzed louder in her ears as she stared at the screen. The figure ... it didn't move. It just stood there, silent and still. And then the door to her house slowly creaked open. Clara's breath caught, a tightness forming in her chest. Her door had never opened by itself. It had been locked. It was locked. She had locked it herself after running to the shelter, desperate for safety. But now it was open, swinging outward into the empty, quiet hallway. The shadow didn't move. It just watched, and then it began to distort. The figure seemed to melt into the air around it, flickering, shifting, as if its form was being pulled apart by an invisible force. Clara's eyes widened, her breath coming faster now. The more she looked, the more the shadow seemed to seep into the walls, into the floor. It was as though the very house was being consumed by it. The phone screen flickered again, and the feed changed once more. This time it was no longer the front door. It was her face. The camera had somehow switched to the interior of the living room, focused on her own reflection in the mirror. But it wasn't just her. No, there was something ... off. Her reflection was too still, her eyes too vacant, as if she were looking at someone who wasn't quite herself. Clara's heart stopped in her chest. She stood up quickly, her legs weak beneath her as she staggered toward the mirror, her hand outstretched as though she could wipe the image away, but the reflection remained unmoving. The image of her face in the mirror smiled. It smiled at her. It was her smile, yes, but it wasn't her. Her reflection twisted its lips in a way that didn't belong. It was wrong. Its eyes were black, empty like the woman's had been. Hollow, devoid of any life. The smile stretched too wide, too inhuman. It was a smile of knowing. A voice, low and dark, echoed inside Clara's mind. The storm has always been inside you, Clara. It's always been waiting. Now you are the storm's reflection. Clara stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth. As nausea churned in her stomach, she could feel the storm rising inside her again. A cold, destructive force that had been lying dormant for so long, just waiting for the right moment to break free. The air in the room shifted again, the temperature dropping. The sunlight from the windows seemed too dim, flickering as though the world outside was no longer as it should be. Her reflection, the twisted, smiling version of herself, began to step out of the mirror, its movements jerky and unnatural. It didn't belong here in this world. It was coming for her, just as the storm was. With a gasp, Clara stumbled backward, her feet tangling with the furniture, and she fell to the floor. Her breath was ragged, every instinct telling her to run, to escape, but there was nowhere to go. She was the storm, and the storm was inside her. The temperature dropped again, and the howling winds began to swirl inside the room. The reflection, still grinning, took one slow step forward, then another. Its eyes locked onto Clara's, and as the house around her began to crumble, the storm inside her began to howl. The wind howled again, a piercing shriek that rattled the windows, shaking the very walls of Clara's home. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat like the reverberation of thunder in the distance, echoing the chaos that was building inside her. The air was thick with tension, colder now, as though the room itself had become the eye of a tornado, a hollow space where everything was about to break. Clara's eyes were fixed on the mirror. Her reflection, it was still there, still smiling that unnatural, knowing smile. Her reflection, or the reflection of the storm inside her, stood poised on the other side of the glass, its black eyes locked onto hers with a hunger that was as old as the winds themselves. It was not her. Not anymore. Her breath came in short, sharp gasps. I am the storm. The storm is me. The words echoed through her mind, a mantra that began to resonate with terrifying clarity. The creature in the mirror, it wasn't her. It wasn't even human. It was something else, something that had slipped through from the depths of her soul, something she had never understood until now. The smile on the reflection twisted further, growing wider and darker, as if it were feeding off Clara's fear. Its lips parted, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too jagged for any human mouth. It didn't speak, but somehow she could hear its voice inside her head. You've always known this, Clara, haven't you? The storm never passed. It's been waiting for you to remember. All those years, all the storms you thought you survived, they were your doing. The storm inside you has always been waiting to wake up. Clara's mind reeled. The voice, the eyes, the storm, it wasn't just some random freak of nature that had come for her, that had plagued her town with its fierce winds and impossible destruction. It wasn't a tornado. It was her own darkness, a force that had followed her through every crevice of her life, hiding just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to break free. The warning signs, those whispers of storms past, the strange radio alerts, the strange way she'd always felt out of sync with the world, had all been warnings of this moment. The reflection in the mirror took a slow, deliberate step forward. Clara could feel it moving toward her, not physically, but with its presence. The room was thick with it, like the pressure before the strike of lightning. Clara could feel the walls closing in, her chest constricting as though the house itself was breathing alive and waiting for the storm to consume it. The reflection grinned wider, tilting its head slightly, as if savoring the terror in Clara's eyes. The wind picked up again, howling louder, its voice now mingling with the voice inside her head. It was as if the storm outside had become part of the reflection in the mirror, and part of her very being. The reflection's hand rose, slowly, its fingers stretched out toward Clara, its nails elongating into sharp, jagged points that scraped against the glass with a sound like broken bones. "Come to me, Clara." The voice was all around her now, echoing in the room, in her mind, in the very air she breathed. "Let me in. Let the storm take its rightful place." Clara tried to move, tried to fight, but her body was heavy, as if she were sinking into the floor. She couldn't breathe. The pressure, both internal and external, was crushing her, pulling her down into something dark and suffocating. The room spun, and for a moment she thought she would faint, her limbs giving way to the weight of it all. And then the air changed again. The mirror cracked. A deep, resonating sound filled the room as the first hairline fracture split the reflective surface. The shadow of the figure, the reflection, seemed to ripple like water disturbed by a stone. Its form warped, stretched, its smile contorting into something more grotesque. The cracks spread, splintering across the glass like spiderwebs, until it felt as if the entire world was about to shatter. Clara gasped, her hands clutching her chest as the room seemed to close in. The storm outside was no longer just wind and rain, it was the air. It was the space. It was the very thing inside her that she had tried to outrun. The storm was her, and she could feel it, alive, thrumming through her veins. The voice was louder, now, almost deafening, pushing into her ears, her mind. She could feel her skin crawl, her hair stand on end, as though the winds were tugging at her very essence, trying to pull her into the reflection, into the mirror. "You can't run anymore, Clara. It's already inside you. It always was." The room pulsed, the walls shaking as though caught in the grip of a storm far worse than anything she had imagined. The cracks in the mirror began to spread faster, and then, in one violent snap, the glass shattered completely. Shards of glass flew outward, glittering like broken stars in the air. And for a split second, Clara thought she saw something else, something far darker lurking in the shards of broken glass. The wind howled again. Moments Clara heard the voice of the woman, the one from the doorway, the one who had watched her with those black, hollow eyes. "We are one now, Clara." Her reflection, it wasn't her anymore, stepped through the shattered glass. It didn't walk. It slithered, as if the rules of the world no longer applied. It was a thing of shadows and smoke, moving impossibly fast, its form stretching, shifting, becoming something more terrifying with every movement. It was the storm now swallowed up in its own dark essence. Clara felt a violent tug at her core, as though something was reaching for her, pulling her toward the figure, toward the storm within. Her limbs trembled, her head swirling. She fought. It fought the pull with everything she had left, but it was too late. The figure's hand shot forward, and Clara felt its icy fingers close around her wrist. Coldness, deeper than anything she had ever known, surged through her body, and she let out a scream that was both hers and not hers. It was a cry of recognition, a cry of loss. The wind seemed to swell inside her, and for one horrifying moment, Clara knew she was no longer the woman who had once lived. Here she was the storm. The storm had come, and it had claimed her. Clara's vision blurred, the room around her twisting like a vortex, pulling her into something far worse than any physical storm. The wind roared in her ears, deafening, as her body felt lighter, as if she were floating or being swept away. The figure's hand, now ice-cold and unyielding, tightened around her wrist, dragging her deeper into the whirlpool of her own soul. The storm had found her. Her heart hammered in her chest. the world spinning faster as the air grew colder and colder. It felt like a winter storm, so sharp, so cruel that she couldn't tell where her body ended and the cold began. Her skin prickled, goosebumps rising in every place the wind touched. But the wind wasn't just wind. It was alive with hunger, alive with something else Clara tried to fight. Her legs trembled as she stumbled backward, trying to pull away from the creature that had once been her reflection. The shadow smiled again, its grin stretching impossibly wide, more grotesque now, revealing teeth like shards of ice. The blackness in its eyes pulsed, swirling like dark clouds in the heart of a storm. It was a reflection of everything she had, buried inside, a storm waiting for release. You were never meant to survive, Clara. The voice came again, low and sinister, like the wind itself was speaking directly to her. Not from the beginning. She wanted to scream, to shout, to run. But where? The house was no longer a house. It was just a vessel, a hollow shell caught in the pull of this dark, supernatural storm. The walls no longer felt solid, but like a membrane of glass that was ready to break at any moment. The winds tore at her, whispering in tongues she couldn't understand, pulling at her clothes, twisting around her body like invisible hands. She couldn't breathe. The shadow stepped closer, its form shifting, growing, expanding, as if the air around them was its domain now. The very room had begun to decay, the floorboards cracking, the ceiling buckling under an unseen weight. It was as if the storm was taking everything with it, her house, her life, her very identity. Come. The shadow's voice was a soft command, but it was heavy with a malevolence that made Clara's blood run cold. Come with me, Clara. Let me show you the world you've always known, the one you left behind. The air crackled with static, sharp buzz that filled her ears and numbed her thoughts. She could feel it, the storm pulling at her very soul, trying to drag her deeper into itself, into the heart of the darkness she had always tried to avoid. The reflection was her, the storm was her, and now the storm wanted her back. Desperation clawed at Clara's throat. She thought of the moments before the storm had hit, before the warnings. She thought of her life, of her choices, of the moments she had taken for granted. She thought of the truth that had always been just out of reach. It wasn't the house. It wasn't the tornado. It was her. Her pulse raced. She had to remember. There had to be something, some way to fight back. And then it hit her. The radio, the broadcast, the strange alerts about the force she was becoming, the thing that had always been with her, hiding beneath the surface. She had been warned. She had always been warned. It was never about the tornado. It was always about the storm inside her. With a sudden surge of clarity, Clara jerked her wrist free from the shadow's grasp. The figure recoiled, its grin twisting in anger, and for the first time, Clara saw something else in its eyes: fear. Fear of her defiance. You can't escape, Clara. The storm is in you now, and it always will be. But Clara didn't listen. She didn't have time to listen. The winds were howling louder, deafening, as if the storm itself was reaching for her again, pulling at her, dragging her toward the broken mirror. The shards of glass scattered across. The floor sparkled like wicked stars, each one reflecting a piece of herself, a piece of her darkness. She could end it. She had to end it. Clara took a deep breath and closed her eyes, the winds screaming around her. She felt the cold, bitter bite of the storm inside her. She felt the rage, the desperation, the madness she had hidden for so long. She had always been afraid of what she could become, but now she understood. The storm wasn't something that had come to destroy her, it was something she had created, and maybe it was time to stop running from it. Her hand shot out, grabbing one of the shards of glass from the floor. The sharp edge cut into her palm, blood dripping down her fingers. It wasn't just blood, it was a symbol, a release. It was the moment of truth. The winds grew louder still, swirling around her, but Clara stood firm. Her heart thundered in her chest as she raised the glass shard, pointing it toward the reflection in the shattered mirror. The shadow stepped forward, its form rippling, its grin widening. "Do it," the voice purred. "You can't stop me now." But Clara wasn't listening anymore. With all the strength she had left, she drove the shard into the mirror, slashing through the reflection, through the storm inside her. The world exploded into 1,000 shards of light and sound. The winds screamed louder than ever, but Clara's world, her own mind, was gone. She was falling, sinking into the storm, into herself, into the darkness that had always been her home. And as the storm roared around her, Clara knew this was only the beginning. Clara awoke in darkness, not the comforting quiet of a dreamless sleep, but an oppressive, thick kind of darkness that was both around her and inside her. It was a weight pressing on her chest, making every breath feel like a struggle. Her eyes blinked open, but the shadows seemed to swallow everything around her. The air was damp, musty, and thick with an unnatural stillness. There was no wind, no sound, just a deep, suffocating silence that settled into the very marrow of her bones. Her mind was foggy fragments of what had happened before, danced in and out of her thoughts like ghosts, each memory disjointed, like pieces of an unfinished puzzle. She had been standing, had seen the reflection break apart, had felt the storm clawing at her from every direction. She had fought back, hadn't she? But now there was nothing but this, the sensation of being trapped, of being lost in something vast, stretched out before her. She took a deep breath, and her body shivered involuntarily. It wasn't just the cold. It was something else, something that crawled beneath her skin. The storm, she knew it was still with her. That feeling, that cold presence gnawing at her soul, hadn't gone away. It had only shifted. Clara pushed herself up, her hands pressing against something soft yet cold beneath her. It felt like dirt, but it was too smooth to still. Her fingers brushed against it, and a shudder ran down her spine. She wanted to scream, but her throat was tight. Her breath quickened, her pulse hammering as she began to rise to her feet. She felt dizzy, her vision swaying, but she steadied herself against whatever strange surface she stood on. The ground beneath her was uneven, an open field of some kind, with no sign of life in sight. The air felt ... wrong, familiar but wrong, as if this place was both alien and part of her. Something moved, shaped just, like a shadow that stretched too long, too thin, twisted. Her heart skipped a beat. She wasn't alone. She was never alone. Not in this place, not in this storm. The ground beneath her feet rumbled softly, a low, distant growl that vibrated through her body. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She had heard that before, a warning. It was the same growl she had heard in her house before the storm had arrived, before the warning broadcast. Before the storm came inside her, Clara took a step forward, then another. The ground beneath her seemed to shift, as if it were breathing, inhaling and exhaling with the rhythm of her steps. Her breath caught. She was walking in the storm now, not just inside it, but through it. A place outside time, outside reality. The air tasted like ozone and fire, the static of an electric storm. Her pulse beat in time with the rising hum of power that was building in the distance. Another shadow. This time, it was closer. The figure was too tall, slender, shifting in and out of focus, like a mirage made of smoke and ash. Clara froze, instinctively taking a step back. But the figure didn't move. It stood still, like a monument in the center of this desolate landscape, its form flickering like the last image of a dying light. She felt a pull-in, undeniable compulsion to move closer, to see it more clearly, to understand what it was. Her legs moved of their own accord, and she stumbled toward it, drawn by a force that made no sense, yet felt perfectly natural, as if this were the destination she had been walking toward all along. The closer she got, the more the figure shifted shape, morphing, as if it had no true form. The shadow stretched longer and longer, arms growing unnaturally thin, twisting toward the ground. She heard the unmistakable sound of whispers, hundreds of whispers, thousands buzzing in her ears like a storm's fury, like the storm's very voice. And then, as she stood just a few feet away, it spoke. The voice was like the storm itself, ancient, deep, and impossibly old. It was not a voice of a person, but a voice of something far older, far wider than anything human. Double quotes Clara, ... The voice echoed, reverberating through her chest. It felt like it was speaking not to her, but through her. You've come home. Clara's breath caught in her throat. Home. Her hands trembled as the figure fully materialized in front of her. It wasn't a face she recognized, nor was it anything that could ever be mistaken for one. It was an impossibility, a stretch of darkness. The features were not human, but they were somehow familiar. Eyes like black voids, endless and hollow, the kind of emptiness that made her stomach churn. The long, pale limbs twisted unnaturally, like the wind itself had shaped them from the very atmosphere. This world is not meant for you, Clara. The figure's voice was softer now, the wind around her dying down into a quiet hum. This is your true place. The storm is inside. You always has been. This is the heart of it, the source. This is where you belong. Clara shook her head, her mind reeling. She could feel it now, the pulse of the storm deep inside her. It was not something she could fight. It was not something she could leave behind. The storm had always been part of her, and now she understood. This was no accident. The figure reached out, its hands stretching long and thin, its fingers bending in impossible angles toward her. It hovered just inches from her face, and Clara felt the coldness radiating from it. This was the storm. It was the thing that had always been lurking in the shadows of her life, pulling at her, calling her, and now it was finally here. You were born of this storm, Clara, it whispered, its voice like a rustling wind. You are the storm's child. This place is yours. It always has been. Clara's heart pounded in her chest. Her throat tightened, but she couldn't speak. She could barely breathe. The figure was right. The storm had always been with her. But what did it want now? Was this the end? Was she to become part of the storm completely? Before she could ask, the figure leaned forward, its black eyes staring deep into her soul. And in that moment, Clara realized something that took her breath away. The storm wasn't just inside her dot. It was waiting for her to embrace it, to become it. It had always been waiting. Clara stood motionless as the shadow, now fully formed, towered before her. The air was thick with the electric hum of the storm, its presence pressing down on her chest, squeezing the breath from her lungs. She could feel the pulse of Itha, slow, rhythmic beat that mirrored the one in her own chest. Every thrum was like the drum of inevitability, each moment bringing her closer to something she wasn't sure she could escape from. No matter how hard she tried, the figure's fingers long, twisted, and pale as death hovered in front of her, just inches from her face. She could feel the cold radiating from it, seeping into her skin, turning her blood to ice. The whispers grew louder now, curling around her mind, worming their way into her thoughts, like seeds of doubt and fear, growing with every breath. Clara. The voice was now a gentle murmur, barely a whisper, but it echoed deep within. Her bones, you have always known this, haven't you? She swallowed hard, her throat dry, the taste of fear thick on her tongue. She wanted to scream, wanted to run, but she couldn't move. Her legs felt like they were made of stone, rooted to the spot as if the ground itself was pulling her deeper into its hold. The storm was here, and it was inside her. It was part of her, like a sickness, like a destiny. She had been too blind to see. No, Clara whispered, her voice trembling. I can't. This isn't me. This isn't who I am. The figure tilted its head, A strange, unsettling sound like wind scraping across glass emanating from it, a sound that made her skin crawl. "You still don't understand, do you?" The voice seemed amused now, as if it was speaking to a child too slow to grasp the simplest of concepts. "You've always been part of the storm, Clara, since the moment you were born." Her heart pounded harder. She couldn't breathe. She could feel the storm inside, heard the winds howling in her veins, the thunder roaring in her skull. It wasn't just a force in the world anymore. It was the air she breathed, the blood that coursed through her body. It was in her thoughts, her dreams, her very essence. The reflection, the warning, the shadows it had all been leading to this moment. "You," Clara's voice cracked. "You're the storm. You've been the storm all along." The figure laughed softly, the sound of 1,000 storms weaving together into a single, terrifying melody. "Yes, Clara, we are one and the same. And now, you have come to join me, to be me." The words made her heart skip. Be the storm. Become this thing, this monster of wind and rage and shadow. "No," she shouted, but even as the words escaped her lips, she felt a pull-in, undeniable urge to let go, to give in. The winds roared around her, growing in volume, rattling her bones, shaking the very earth beneath her feet. The storm knew her, understood her, and the realization was like a blade to her heart. She had always known it, too, but she had never wanted to acknowledge it. The figure's hands reached for her, slow and deliberate, its fingers stretching like lightning, long and thin, until they hovered near her skin. The air crackled, charged with power. Clara's body tensed in fear, but there was something else, too, a strange lure, like the promise of something she had long buried inside her, waiting to be set free. "Don't fight it," the shadow whispered. "Let it in, let the storm fill you completely." Clara felt her mind swirl with conflicting emotions, terror, confusion, and something darker, something like relief. She had spent her whole life running from the storm, from the darkness that had always followed her. But now, it was like a voice inside her whispered that it was time. Time to stop resisting, time to stop pretending she could escape. The figure's voice grew softer, coaxing, seductive. "It's inevitable. You were born for this, Clara. The storm will never leave you. All that's left is for you to join it." The pull of it was overwhelming. It was like a drowning wave of power, flooding her senses, pushing against every wall of resistance she had ever built. Her hands trembled. The storm had always been there, a part of her, like the darkness inside her own heart. And then the winds stopped. The quiet was deafening. Clara stood frozen, the world around her still, as if time had paused. The figure, her reflection, her own darkness, was waiting, watching, waiting for her to make her choice. But before she could speak, before she could answer, the ground beneath her feet trembled again. This time, it wasn't the growl of the storm. It was something different. The figure's expression twisted, as if sensing the shift in the air. Its head snapped around, its eyes narrowing, and for the first time, there was something like fear in its gaze. "No," it hissed, voice sharp and cold. You're not the only one who's been waiting." Clara felt it to the pulse of something else, something stronger, something even older. A force not of the storm, but of the earth itself. The ground beneath her feet cracked further, splitting open, as if the world itself was beginning to break apart. A new presence was awakening. The storm wasn't the only thing that had been inside her, and whatever this was, it was angry. Clara stumbled back, her eyes wide as she watched the darkness ripple and twist in the distance, an enormous shadow rising from the broken earth. It was the shape of a massive figure far larger than the one before her. It was Alevit's very form, a chaotic, writhing mass of shadow and broken earth. It was a thing of nightmares, long buried beneath the ground. "You shouldn't have awakened it," the figure hissed, retreating as the earth trembled with growing power. The storm was never meant to be your burden alone. The ground shook violently now, and Clara could feel the pulse of both the storm and the ancient force growing. It wasn't just the winds anymore, it was the earth, the storm, the shadow, all of it was alive. And it was fighting for control. Clara could only stand there, frozen, as the ground beneath her cracked open wider, revealing a chasm so deep it seemed to stretch into oblivion. And somewhere in the midst of it all, a voice so deep whispered to her through the storm, "Choose, Clara, before the storm chooses for you." Clara's heart hammered in her chest, each beat louder than the last. The ground beneath her feet buckled again, sending cracks racing outward like lightning. The massive, chaotic shadow that had risen from the chasm seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its form writhing and twisting, a mass of darkness that defied description. It was not human, not animal, just a force, a presence that was older than time itself. She could feel it, its hunger, its wrath. The air thickened with a scent of earth and decay, like something ancient being awakened after a long, unnatural sleep. The winds howled again, but this time they were joined by something far worse, a deep, grinding noise, as if the very bones of the world were being torn apart. The ground continued to tremble, the sky above her swirling with ominous clouds, heavy and oppressive. Clara's breath caught in her throat as the figure before her, the storm's reflection, the one that had guided her here, staggered backward, fear flickering across its impossible face. It had always been certain, confident, but now there was uncertainty. Something bigger was coming, and it was more powerful than the storm itself. "You shouldn't have awakened it," the figure whispered, its voice laced with fear. "This is not your fight, Clara. You don't understand what you've done." Clara stood, rooted to the spot, torn between two forces, two worlds that were pulling at her, each demanding something of her. The storm had been inside her, a part of her for as long as she could remember. She had tried to escape it, tried to fight it, but it had always been there, lurking in the shadows of her mind. But now there was something else, something more. The darkness rising from the chasm, it wasn't just the storm. It was something older, something far more ancient. It had been waiting, buried beneath the earth, hidden in the cracks of time, and now it was free. Its presence alone was enough to make the air feel like it was suffocating her, twisting her insides with a sense of dread so deep it made her knees weak. Clara's gaze flickered back and forth between the two forces, the storm, the figure, the reflection of her fears. Her rage stood in front of her, a reminder of everything she had tried to escape. It wanted her to become one with it, to accept its power, its rage. And then there was the dark mass rising from the earth, a reminder of something older, something more primal, a force so vast it threatened to consume everything. The storm had never been hers alone, Clara realized. It was just one piece of the puzzle, and now both were fighting for control. "It's too late to go back," the figure warned, its voice barely a whisper, but it reverberated through her bones. "You've already awakened it. You've already called it. You can't stop it." Clara's breath came in short gasps. She could feel it too, the power building, the storm raging inside her, rising to meet the ancient darkness. But she was not going to let it consume her. She couldn't let either force, this storm, or the ancient thing rising from the chasm, take everything from her. She glanced at the figure, her reflection, but not quite. The storm had no face, no humanity, and yet she had felt it pull at her, the thing inside her, always whispering, always pushing. She knew it, but she also feared it. The storm had given her the illusion of control, but it had been a lie. She had been its pawn, just as much as she was this thing's. Clara's fists clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms, grounding herself in the present moment. The fear of the unknown creeping into her chest. Her mind was torn, the storm whispering promises of power, the ancient creature growling in fury as it sought to reclaim what had been buried for eons. It was not just the storm in her veins, it was the earth, the wind, the very bones of the world rising from beneath. In that moment, Clara felt herself caught between two inevitabilities. The storm had always been inside her, but the darkness was not hers to control. She could feel it in her bones, feel it reaching for her with cold fingers, like death itself. And somewhere, deep in her chest, a spark of defiance flickered to life. The storm had tried to control her. The earth had tried to swallow her whole, but Clara wasn't going to let either force decide her fate. "I won't join you," Clara said, her voice shaking but strong, her hands trembling with raw power. "I'm not your puppet." The shadow before her, the storm's reflection, seemed to recoil, a flicker of shock in its form. The ground shook beneath her, and the wind picked up once more, the storm roaring to life. But Clara stood her ground. A ripple passed through the air like an electric charge, and for the first time, Clara felt a strange, unfamiliar sense of control, a faint tug in her chest, a pull toward the earth itself. She wasn't just a vessel for the storm. She was something more. And then, the darkness before her cracked open, the ancient force finally revealing its true form, massive swirling, an incomprehensible black void that reached toward her with tendrils of destruction. It was no longer a whisper. It was a scream. "You cannot deny us, Clara." The voice of the storm was no longer soft, no longer coaxing. It was a roar now, as the world trembled beneath its fury. "You are us. You always will be." Clara's heart beat faster, her thoughts racing. She couldn't let herself be swallowed by either force. She couldn't be the storm. She couldn't be the earth. She had to choose on. She would choose. But before she could react, the earth cracked wide open, and from the darkness, a figure larger than any she had seen emerged. It was no longer just the storm. It was something else, something more dangerous, more alive. Its form was monstrous, shifting, an embodiment of the very chaos that had consumed her life. The figure towered over her, its eyes glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. "You have no choice now." The storm's voice boomed from all around her, blending with the thunder. "This is your fate." But Clara felt something new rising. Within her, it wasn't the storm, it wasn't the earth, it was her. Her legs trembled, her pulse raced, but she took a deep breath. Her hand reaching out toward the chaos, Clara had one final choice to make. The earth trembled beneath Clara's feet, the sound like the roar of 1,000 storms, but louder, more alive. The shadow, massive and untamed, writhed before her, its form shifting like liquid night, impossible to comprehend. A swirling, unfathomable void of blackness that seemed to swallow the air, the light, everything. And from within that void, the true force, the true power that had been lying dormant beneath the surface for centuries, rose like a tidal wave. It was not just a storm anymore. It was something primal, something that had existed long before mankind had even walked the earth. The earth itself was calling, beckoning, and Clara could feel its pulse deep within her, resonating with her heartbeat, with her very soul. But the storm within her, too, was growing, twisting, roaring for control, its cold fingers reaching for her mind. "You are ours," it whispered. The voice now a cacophony of countless voices, angry, desperate, pleading. "You belong to us, Clara. Join us, become one with us." Clara's mind was a battlefield. The air around her crackled with tension, thick with the weight of impending destruction. She could feel the power of both forces, both entities, pulling her in opposite directions, each claiming her as its own. The earth, the storm, her own fear, her own guilt, everything collided in a storm of confusion, each voice screaming at her to give in, to accept what had been waiting for her all along. Her hands were shaking now, palms slick with cold sweat, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she stood between the storm and the earth. Each force was a reflection of a part of her, the anger, the grief, the darkness she had always tried to bury. But there was something else inside her, something she had always forgotten. A quiet strength, a core of light that had always remained hidden in the depths of her being. Tucked away where no one could find it, where even she had stopped looking. The darkness roared again, the earth beneath her feet cracking wide, threatening to swallow her whole. The sky above churned, black clouds rolling like thunderous waves, and the winds, wild, ferocious, uncontrollable, screamed with rage. The ancient creature that rose from the earth was no longer just a presence. It was a being, a vast and incomprehensible force that shook the ground with its sheer weight. But Clara's eyes were not on the creature anymore. They were on the storm inside her, the storm that had never truly been outside her. The storm's whispers grew louder, pressing against her mind, filling her with rage, with fear. Join us, Clara. Become the storm. But Clara could feel the tug of something deeper, something that resonated with her very soul, a light that had been buried beneath the layers of her trauma, her pain, her guilt. I will not be your pawn, Clara said, the words coming out stronger now, her voice trembling but resolute, a cacophony of fury that shook the air, the earth, the heavens themselves. It howled with rage, but Clara was no longer afraid. The ancient force, the earth, was still coming for her, rising from the chasm, a massive, impenetrable wall of darkness. But she felt it now, felt its purpose, its origin. It wasn't just chaos. It was the earth's memory, its hunger, its thirst for something lost. But the storm, it was more than that. It wasn't just power. It was violence. It was pain, destruction, and rage. And Clara understood it now. She understood that she could never truly belong to either force. Neither the storm nor the earth was her. She could never be consumed by either of them, not like this. Not without losing herself. But there was another way. Clara took a step forward, ignoring the earth's pull beneath her, the roar of the storm. In her ears, she felt the pressure of both forces pressing down on her. But this time, she didn't fight them. She didn't resist. Instead, she embraced them. In an instant, the storm inside her rose to meet the storm in the sky, the power of the earth in her bones joining with the chaos below. Clara's body burned with energy, as if the very elements were coursing through her veins. She could feel the storm, the earth, the wind, all of it flowing into her, swirling within her like a force she had always been meant to command. And then she let go. She opened herself to the storm, to the earth, but she did not become them. She became the balance between them. The air around her shattered with a burst of energy. The winds calmed. The earth too stilled. For a brief moment, there was silence. Clara stood, her body glowing with an ethereal light, her eyes shining with a clarity she had never known. The storm and the earth, they were no longer enemies. They were part of her now. They could not control her because she was their equal, their counterpart, their connection. She had found her center, her balance, and it was more powerful than either of them had ever imagined. The shadow before her, the storm's reflection. The thing that had called her here was now nothing more than a wisp of smoke, fading into the air. It had lost its power over her, its hold broken. The earth's monstrous form began to collapse, its presence diminished, retreating back into the chasm from which it had come. And the winds, the storm, softened to a gentle breeze. She had done it. She had chosen. The storm was still there, inside her. But it was no longer something she feared. It was something she controlled. It was part of her, and she was part of it. The earth, too, was a part of her, but it would not consume her. She had become the bridge between the two forces, the balance that had been lost. Clara opened her eyes and looked out at the world. The sky clearing, the winds stilling, the earth beneath her feet steady. For the first time in her life, she was at peace. The world around Clara had changed. The sky was no longer swirling with ominous clouds, the winds no longer howling with the fury of 1,000 storms. There was a profound stillness now, an unnatural calm. The air felt almost too still, as though the earth itself were holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for her dot. Clara took a step forward, feeling the cool earth beneath her bare feet, the ground firm and unyielding. The once chaotic energy had subsided, and in its place there was a strange peace, a silence that hummed in her ears, as if the world itself were listening. The storm, her storm, still lingered within her, a presence that was no longer a force of destruction but a part of her, a power she could wield with a thought. And the earth. The earth had retreated, subsiding into the cracks from which it had risen, leaving only the faintest echo of its power in the back of her mind. For a long time, Clara stood there, staring out over the vast landscape that stretched before her, now calm but strangely empty. The world felt different, like it was waiting for her to take the next step, to decide what came next. She had stopped the storm. She had stilled the earth. But she hadn't stopped herself. She had chosen to live with the storm, with the earth, to coexist with the chaos and the quiet in equal measure. And yet, despite the peace around her, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong as she walked through the landscape. The once familiar world seemed ... Off, the trees that had once been tall and proud now seemed crooked, bent, in unnatural angles. The houses that dotted the land, her town, the people she had known, were gone. The streets were empty. No one was around. The air smelled of dust and forgotten things. Her breath caught in her throat. Had she done it? Had she really stopped the storm? Or had she, in fact, changed it? The silence that now hung in the air wasn't comforting. It was suffocating. It was as if the world had frozen, paused in a moment that could never move forward. Again, that the storm, had it already passed through here? Had it taken everyone? The realization hit Clara with the force of a physical blow. Her hands went numb, her heart pounding in her chest. She had stopped the storm, yes, but not in the way she had thought. She had become the storm, in a way. She had become the force of nature that could reshape the world. And that had consequences. The wind began to pick up again, but this time it wasn't the rage of a storm. It was cold and naturally cold. Clara could feel it in her bones, the chill creeping up her spine, tightening her chest. She turned, scanning the horizon, her pulse quickening. From the distant horizon, she saw something aflicker, like a shadow moving against the horizon, cutting through the stillness. Then it was gone, as if swallowed by the earth itself. But it was enough to make Clara's blood run cold. It came again, closer this time. A whisper, just at the edge of her hearing, like something brushing past her ear. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up. Was someone else out there? Clara. The voice whispered, a voice she hadn't heard in what felt like a lifetime. The voice was familiar to familiar. It was the voice of the storm, but it had changed. It was no longer just a force of nature, no longer just a reflection of her fears. It was something more, something darker. The wind kicked up again, faster, this time swirling around her, as if it had a mind of its own. The shadows that stretched across the land seemed to stretch with it, bending, reaching for her, as if trying to pull her back into the storm, back into the void she had just escaped. The voice continued, growing louder, closer now. Clara, you can't leave us, it called. You belong to us. The storm is you. You cannot run. You cannot hide. Clara's heart raced as she turned toward the voice, her eyes scanning the landscape, trying to make sense of the shadows. The world around her seemed to ripple, warping, distorting like an image on an old television screen. The trees warped into grotesque shapes. The houses became hunched and broken, their windows dark and empty. And then she saw it, a figure moving through the distorted world, walking toward her. It was her, or at least It looked like her, but it wasn't. The storm's reflection was taller now, its eyes hollow, its form surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark wind. It moved toward her, the ground cracking beneath its feet, the air growing colder as it drew closer. Clara's breath hitched. This was not her. This was the storm. This was what she had tried to escape, what she had fought against, but now it had followed her. It had changed with her, grown more powerful, more alive. The storm was within her and it wasn't finished. "Told you, Clara," the figure said, its voice no longer familiar, but cold and hollow, like the wind itself. "You cannot escape. The storm is who you are. The storm is everything." Clara's mind reeled. The reflection wasn't just a part of her anymore. It wasn't just the storm's manifestation. It was a twisted version of herself, created by the choices she had made. And it wanted to pull her back, to consume her once more. The wind roared, and Clara could feel the power of the storm pulling at her, clawing at her thoughts. But she refused to let it take her again. She was not the storm. She had chosen. She had to remember that. But as the wind swirled around her, as the earth beneath her feet cracked open once more, Clara knew one painful truth. She could never truly escape it. Not completely. The storm, the earth, they were always going to be part of her. And in that moment, as the world around her collapsed into darkness, Clara understood what she had to do. She had to embrace the storm once more, to control it, but to balance it. She could not fight it, but she could contain it. The storm had been inside her all along, and now she would become the keeper of its fury. With one final breath, Clara made her choice. Clara stood, her body shivering beneath the weight of 1,000 storms, the earth beneath her feet trembling as if it, too, were alive. The wind howled once more, a ferocious cry that seemed to tear at the fabric of the world itself. The twisted version of herself, the storm's reflection, towered before her. Its hollow eyes burning with a dark hunger, it reached for her. Its elongated fingers stretching like tendrils, fingers made of the very winds that had once threatened to tear her apart. The reflection was no longer just a shadow, it was something else. A thing of pure malice, a thing of chaos, a thing that had been born of the very storm she had tried to escape. "I am you," the storm echoed, its voice a guttural growl. "I am everything you fear, everything you deny. You cannot escape." Clara's heart raced, but she stood her ground, feeling the storm surge inside her, the earth beneath her crumbling under the weight of its power. The reflection was right, in a way. It was a part of her, just as the storm had always been. Was the rage she had buried, the grief she had never allowed herself to feel, the destruction that had lived within her all these years. But Clara was no longer afraid. She had made a choice, and she would not let herself be swallowed by it again. "You are not me," Clara said, her voice steady despite the maelstrom raging around her. "You are what I was. You are the storm, the chaos, the destruction, but you are not me." The wind picked up, howling around her, but Clara stood firm. She could feel the storm inside her, could feel its power stirring, swirling, trying to break free. It was tempting, so tempting to give in, to let the fury and the pain consume her. But Clara knew now that she was stronger than that. The storm had shaped her, but it didn't define her. She had chosen to embrace it, to live with it, not to be ruled by it. With a deep breath, Clara stepped forward, into the heart of the storm, her eyes fixed on the reflection of herself. It was moving, circling around her, its form shifting, distorting. She could feel the coldness of its presence, the void that threatened to swallow her whole. But she did not flinch. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and touched the reflection. The world exploded. It was as if the very fabric of reality itself had shattered. The winds screamed louder than any storm she had ever heard. the ground cracked open and the sky split in two. For a moment, Clara felt as though she was being torn apart. Her body pulled in every direction at once, her mind stretched thin, her soul writhing in the chaos. But then it stopped. A stillness, profound and deep, settled over the world. Clara stood at the center of it, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling with the weight of what she had just done. The reflection, the storm was gone, the winds had died, the earth had stilled, and the world was quiet. Clara blinked, feeling a strange shift in her perception. The sky was clearer now, the clouds fading into the distance. The sun, she could see it again, faintly, shining through the remnants of the storm's clouds. But it wasn't just the light that had changed. The earth beneath her feet felt different too, more alive, in a way. The very air hummed, with a kind of raw, untapped power, the power of balance. And then Clara realized what had happened. She had merged with the storm, not in the way she had feared, not as a slave to its fury, but as its keeper. She had become both the storm and the earth, rage and its stillness, its chaos and its calm. She was the force that could bridge the gap between them, the conduit that kept the delicate balance of nature intact. She wasn't just a survivor, she was the guardian, but that wasn't all. In the distance, through the haze of the storm's fading remnants, Clara saw something else, a figure. At first, she thought it was just her mind playing tricks on her, a lingering remnant of the storm's reflection, but as the figure drew closer, she saw it clearly, a person, walking toward her. It was a man, tall, with dark hair and a weathered face. His eyes were familiar, but she couldn't place them. He was dressed in ragged clothes, and his steps were slow, deliberate. The closer he got, the more Clara realized who he was. It was Hintha, man from the storm, the one who had appeared in her dreams, the one who had whispered in the dark corners of her mind, the one who had warned her, who had told her of the storm's power, her connection to it. He stopped a few paces away from her, his face unreadable, his eyes shadowed with something unreadable. He looked at her for a long moment, as if measuring her, taking in the change she had undergone. "It is done," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "You have done what was needed. The storm is contained." Clara nodded, his words sinking in. She had done it. She had taken the storm inside her, faced the darkness within, and found balance. But the question remained, what now? What happens to the world now? Clara asked, her voice trembling, not with fear, but with the enormity of the choice she had made. What happens to me? The man's expression softened for a moment. Now you live. You carry the storm. Within you and the earth, you are the keeper of balance. You have the power to destroy or protect. What happens next, is up to you. Clara felt the weight of his words settle over her, but this time it didn't feel like a burden. It felt like a possibility. She could no longer run from the storm, but now she didn't have to. She controlled it. She controlled everything. The man turned, slowly fading into the horizon as the storm finally died away, leaving behind only the quiet hum of the earth, as if it too was waiting. Clara looked out at the world before her, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her feet and the storm swirling gently within her, not as a threat, but as part of who she was. The balance was hers to keep, and the world was hers to shape. And as the sun finally broke through the clouds, Clara smiled, knowing that the storm would never again control her. She was the storm, and now she was its guardian. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 3, The Phone Rang. Its shrill tone breaking the unnatural stillness of the morning. Charlotte, a seasoned real estate agent, glanced at the clock. It was early, far too early for anyone to be calling about a new listing. Her fingers hesitated over the receiver. She knew what kind of calls she usually received at this hour, ones that could make or break her month. She picked it up, her voice warm with practiced professionalism. "Charlotte Gray, how can I help you?" she said. But the voice on the other end stopped her in her tracks. "Ms. Gray," the voice was cold, distant, almost mechanical. "I have a property for you. A mansion, upstate. The owner is desperate to sell. It's a great deal. You won't find anything like it. But there's one condition. You must never, never enter the house after sunset." A chill ran down Charlotte's spine. She had dealt with oddities in the real estate business before, properties with strange histories, broken pipes, eerie pasts, but this was different, a rule. She could hear the hesitation in the man's voice, a tone that sounded like a warning wrapped in a business transaction. "There's something off about it, Ms. Gray. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with the house, but it's a good price, and you'll make a lot of commission," the voice continued. As if trying to convince her, Charlotte paused. Upstate mansion. She imagined the place, grand and forlorn, untouched by time, but teetering on the edge of collapse. What's the catch? Her curiosity flared. She needed the commission, and besides, how bad could it be? "I'll take a look," she said, more to herself than to him. "Where exactly is it?" The voice on the other end sighed, a long, drawn-out sound. "You'll know it when you see it. It's called the Echo House. Just remember, sunset, ... Don't cross that threshold." Before she could respond, the line went dead. A small shiver crawled down her spine as she set the phone back in its cradle. Echo House, the name stuck with her. It was the kind of name that left a haunting echo in her mind. But she quickly pushed it aside. She was a professional. She'd been in real estate for years. Superstitions weren't her thing. But as she gathered her things to leave for the appointment, the thought of the house lingered. The strange warning, the chilling sense that something more was at play than just a transaction. The name, Echo House. The air outside was thick with the promise of an early autumn storm as she drove, her car's tires slicing through the wet asphalt, her thoughts swirling like the winds outside. She felt oddly drawn to it, to this house by the warning, despite the inexplicable fear that gnawed at her dot. And as she pulled onto the long, winding driveway toward the mansion, the first tendrils of dusk began to stretch across the sky, turning everything beneath it into sharp shadows and dark edges. The mansion appeared out of the mist like a dark ghost, its silhouette cutting against the fading light of the late afternoon. Charlotte slowed her car, her headlights illuminating a large iron-wrought gate, barely hanging on its hinges. The rusted metal squealed in protest as she pushed it open, the sound unsettling in the quiet of the overgrown grounds. There was an eerie stillness about the place. Even the wind seemed to hesitate before brushing through the trees, their branches like twisted fingers reaching out to clutch at the sky. The house loomed in the distance, a hulking structure with faded stone walls, long abandoned windows, and a sprawling porch sagging under the weight of time. There was no denying the grandeur that had once been there, the tall columns, the intricate carvings on the doors, but now it all felt ... wrong, like a relic from a forgotten era, decaying slowly, painfully. The whole house looked like it was waiting to collapse, yet somehow it stood, unyielding. Charlotte's hands gripped the steering wheel tighter, a strange unease creeping up her spine. The sky was turning an unnatural shade of purple, and the sun was dipping lower. It was as though the house itself was pulling her in, the way a bird is drawn to a trap. But she shook her head, trying to rid herself of the growing discomfort. She was here for business, nothing more. She stepped out of the car, the gravel crunching beneath her boots. The air was cold, colder than it should be for this time of year. The wind seemed to grow more pronounced, whipping around her face, carrying with it the faint scent of mildew, decay, and something faintly metallic. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte crossed the uneven yard, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of leaves and moss that had overtaken the ground. A single light flickered in the upper window, probably a sign of life inside, she thought. Maybe the owner was expecting her. The front door creaked open, almost as if inviting her in, and Charlotte hesitated only for a moment before stepping across the threshold. As her foot crossed into the mansion, the air shifted, becoming heavier, thick with something intangible, like a presence watching her. Inside, the grand entryway was dim, the light filtering through layers of grime on the windows. The walls were lined with faded portraits of grim-faced men and women, their eyes seemingly following her every movement. There was a strange sort of quiet here. It wasn't the kind of quiet that invited peace. It felt suffocating, as if the air itself had been trapped inside for far too long. The house felt old, far older than the time it had been abandoned. The wood floors groaned underfoot as she walked deeper into the foyer. The smell of dust and mildew clung to the air, and the faint scent of something metallic hung just beneath the surface, making her throat tighten. She glanced around, her eyes drawn to a grand staircase that spiraled up to the second floor. Its banister cracked and rotting. Suddenly, her phone buzzed in her pocket, the sound slicing through the silence like a knife. She pulled it out, half expecting a call from the owner, but it was a text from her assistant. "Don't forget, don't go in after dark." A laugh escaped Charlotte's lips, half dismissive. Of course, she glanced out the window and saw that the sun had almost disappeared, the sky now a bruised violet that threatened to swallow the house whole. As she turned back toward the door, she froze. The temperature in the room had dropped. A strange draft blew through the hallway, sending a chill through her skin. The house seemed to hum with an energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. A sound echoed faintly from upstairs footsteps, slow and deliberate, but she was alone. The air grew colder still. Charlotte stared at the staircase, her heart skipping a beat. For a moment, she thought she saw a figure standing at the top, watching her. Her breath hitched, but when she blinked, there was nothing there. Shaking her head, she pulled herself together, taking a step back toward the door. She would do her job and leave. That was the plan. But the house had other ideas. As her hand reached for the door handle, she heard it. A faint whisper, so soft she almost missed it. "Come up, Charlotte. She froze, her hand hovering over the brass handle. The voice, it was hers. Charlotte's heart pounded in her chest, each beat growing louder, until it drowned out everything else. It's just the wind, she thought, pressing her palm flat against the door. Just the house playing tricks on you. Yet, despite that logic, something deep inside her refused to let go of the creeping feeling of dread that was steadily unfurling through her veins. She could feel the weight of the mansion's silence pressing down on her. It was as if the house itself was waiting, watching, eager for her next move. And still, the whisper echoed in her ears. "Come up, Charlotte. Dash a ghostly echo of her own name. So soft, so insistent, it sounded like it had come from the very walls themselves. It gnawed at her insides. She couldn't just leave, not yet. There was something here, something she couldn't explain. Maybe it was the thrill of a mystery she hadn't been able to resist. Or maybe it was just the allure of the unknown, that intoxicating pull to explore, to uncover what lay hidden. With a sharp breath, Charlotte slowly released the handle and turned away from the door. She was going upstairs. The staircase creaked underfoot as she ascended, each step resonating with an almost mournful groan that sent a shiver up her spine. The dim light filtering through the stained windows only made the shadows more oppressive, stretching and warping like dark hands reaching for her. She could feel her pulse quickening as she climbed higher, the whispering sensation growing stronger, almost suffocating. Just go up. Just take one more step. The second floor was just as abandoned and decayed as the first. The hallway stretched out before her, dark and cavernous, lit only by the faint glow of twilight that seemed to seep through the grime-coated windows. Old wallpaper peeled from the walls in curling strips, leaving behind jagged lines of exposed plaster. The air felt thick, as though it had been trapped here for decades, heavy with the scent of dampness and rot. Charlotte walked slowly, her eyes scanning the long corridor. There were several doors, most of them closed, their wooden frames warped and swollen with age. Yet one door stood ajar slightly, enough to catch her attention. It was the last door down the hall, the farthest from the stairs. Her breath caught in her throat as she approached, each step making the floorboards groan beneath her weight. She could feel the presence in the house growing stronger, as if the building itself was alive, aware of her every move. The air had become colder, sharper. A slow shiver ran down her spine. The door was so slightly open, just wide enough for her to peer inside. The room was dim, the shadows pooling in the corners like living things, but something about it felt off. There was a smell in the air, something metallic, almost sickly. The furniture in the room was draped in thick sheets, covered with layers of dust. Nothing seemed to have been touched in years. And then, in the far corner of the room, something shifted. Charlotte froze, her breath hitching in her throat. It wasn't movement, no. It wasn't that. It was a feeling, a presence, as if something was there, just out of sight, watching her. Her fingers twitched, the sensation of eyes on her growing unbearable. It's nothing, she thought. You're imagining things. It's just an old house. But her instinct screamed at her to turn around, to leave before she saw whatever had shifted in the corner. Something told her that once she crossed that threshold, there would be no going back. But her curiosity won out, taking a tentative step. Into the room, she felt the temperature drop sharply, as if the air had thickened, become laden with something oppressive. The room seemed to swallow up the sound of her footsteps. She stepped forward, her heart racing, her breath coming in shallow bursts. And the door slammed shut behind her with a violent crash. Her pulse shot to her throat as she spun, her breath catching in her chest. There, standing in the doorway, was herself. The figure in the doorway was an exact replica of Charlotte's same height, same build, same clothes. But there was something wrong. The other Charlotte's face was expressionless, her eyes dull and empty, like two lifeless mirrors reflecting only darkness. The figure didn't move. It simply stood there, silent, its shadow stretching long across the floor. Charlotte's mouth went dry, her legs threatening to give way beneath her. It's not possible. She took a step backward, her foot hitting something, a broken chair. Legond stumbled. The figure remained motionless, and then, in a voice as cold as the room, it spoke. You should have never come back. The words hung in the air like a thunderclap, jarring Charlotte from the numbness that had taken hold of her. You should have never come back. Her heart pounded against her ribs, the blood rushing in her ears. She tried to speak, to ask. The figure heard what it meant, but no sound came from her mouth, only the strangled echo of her own breath. The air around her had turned oppressive, thick with an unrelenting cold that seeped into her bones. For a moment, time seemed to stretch, the shadows in the room twisting, curling like snakes at the edges of her vision. The figure in the doorway was still, its empty eyes fixed on her, unblinking. Every instinct in her screamed to run, to escape the room, to escape the house. But her legs wouldn't move. She was rooted to the floor, paralyzed by something more than fear. It was as if the house itself had wrapped her in its grasp, pulling her closer to its dark heart. Then, slow and deliberate, and Charlotte felt her body stiffen, as if the air itself had turned to stone. The footsteps were soft, eerily silent, Yet every one of them reverberated in her chest like the toll of a bell. It reached out its hand stretching toward her, but instead of warmth, it radiated a chilling, unnatural cold. Charlotte recoiled, but there was no place to go. The walls of the room felt as if they were closing in, the space shrinking around her. What was happening? The figure opened its mouth again, but instead of speaking, it let out a low, guttural sound, a hum that seemed to vibrate in her very bones. She felt it deep inside her, like an echo of something she could never escape. And then, in a voice that sounded like her own, but twisted by something darker, it whispered, "You're part of it now, Charlotte. This house, this place, ... It feeds on us, on our echoes." The words froze her in place, and she tried to move, to tear herself away from the suffocating atmosphere, but she couldn't. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to writhe, to pulse with some unseen energy. The figure her shadow stepped closer, and for the briefest moment, Charlotte thought she saw its lips curl into something that resembled a smile. The figure's voice was more insistent now, the words like a terrible secret finally revealed. "This place, ... this mansion, it doesn't just trap Bodhi's, it traps us, our voices, our souls. You didn't think you could just leave, did you?" Charlotte's breath caught in her throat, her pulse racing. Souls, her mind raced, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fit together in a horrible, grotesque way. The house. It wasn't just a house, it was a prison. Without warning, the figure reached for her, its fingers brushing against her cheek, and she felt something inside her unravel. The chill from its touch spread through her skin, beneath her flesh, deep into her heart. It felt like a cold whisper creeping through her very soul, making her feel like something was slowly being taken from her. "No one ever leaves," the figure whispered again, and in that moment, Charlotte knew it was true. A sudden realization gripped her. The warning, she had dismissed it so easily, laughing it off as some kind of superstition. But now it was undeniable. The house was alive, yes, but it wasn't alive in the way she had expected. It was a thing of hunger, of need, and it wanted something from her, something that went beyond her body. The figure in front of her was no longer just a shadow. It was her, or it had been her, once. This is what happens to those who stay, to those who linger after sunset. Charlotte's mind screamed for her to wake up, to break free, but the more she fought, the stronger the grip of the house became. It was as if her own terror was feeding it, empowering it. The figure leaned in closer, and she could see the faintest outline of its own reflection in the dust on the floor. But it wasn't her reflection. No, it was a twisted version of herself, mirror of all her worst fears, all the things she'd hidden away, the echoes of her own regrets, her mistakes, her unresolved grief. All of it had been absorbed by this place. And then, with a terrible clarity, Charlotte understood. The house didn't just trap people, it mirrored them. It consumed them, whole echo by echo, memory by memory. She had become part of it, part of its awful, eternal loop. Behind her slammed open with a deafening crash. The figure stopped, its eyes narrowing, and for the first time, Charlotte saw something flicker fear. Then the voice came again, a voice that was hers but not hers, a whisper from the shadows. "You shouldn't have come back." And suddenly, the world felt like it was being pulled from under her feet, the floor buckling, the walls closing in. Everything was spinning, blurring together into a whirlpool of darkness. Charlotte stumbled backward, her hands splayed out against the cold, crumbling walls as if they could somehow hold her up. The room seemed to warp around her, the once familiar surroundings distorting into something unrecognizable. The figure, twisted reflection of herself, loomed in the doorway, its shadow stretching across the floor like a dark omen, as if it were trying to crawl into her skin, consume her from the inside out. The air felt suffocating, thick with an energy she couldn't quite name, yet she could feel it gnawing at her sharp and hungry. Her breath came in shallow, ragged gasps as she tried to steady herself, but her vision blurred and her knees buckled beneath her. Get out now. The thought was primal, sharp, a voice of reason fighting against the overwhelming sense of inevitability that had taken root in her mind. But the house wouldn't let her go. The walls trembled as the shadows seemed to stretch, grow, swallowing the room whole. Her hand pressed harder against the wood, trying to push herself upright, but the floor felt unstable, as though it was shifting beneath her feet, dragging her deeper into the maw of the house. She reached for the door, her fingers trembling, only for it to slam shut again with a force that sent her stumbling into the darkness. A low, guttural hum filled the room, and she turned to find herself face to face with her doppelganger. The figure's eyes dull lifeless, like twin pools of inky blackness seemed to swallow the dim light of the room, and her lips curled upward into a twisted, mocking smile. It's too late. Charlotte heard not just the words, but the layers beneath them, the thick, oily promise of something far worse than death. Her stomach twisted violently. Too late. She could feel it now, like a sinking weight in her chest, a suffocating presence that wrapped around her heart. It wasn't just the house that wanted hurt. Was this thing, this echo of herself, that wanted to take over, to consume her entire being and leave nothing but a hollow, empty shell behind? Her eyes flicked around the room, searching desperately for an escape. The windows, caked in grime and age, were far beyond her reach, and the door. The door was a trap, a mockery of freedom. She could feel the weight of the house pressing in, as though it were closing its jaws around her, slowly but surely. She was its prey. You think you can leave. You think you can escape the house. Her voice was everywhere, inside her, outside her, vibrating through her bones. It wasn't the same voice from before. No, this time it was thicker, more oppressive, like 1,000 echoes rolled into one. No one ever leaves, Charlotte. We are all part of this place now. Your voice, your soul mean. It took a step forward, and Charlotte stumbled backward, her heart hammering in her chest, each beat louder than the last. The room seemed to bend, the walls pressing in on her, the air becoming impossibly thick, suffocating. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. All she could hear was the hum, the deep resonance of her own name being whispered in 1,000 different ways. No, she wouldn't be consumed, not this time. With a force she didn't know she had, Charlotte pushed herself toward the window, her fingers scrambling for the metal latch. She could hear the figure behind her, its footsteps slow, deliberate, closing the distance between them. The sound of the wood creaking under its weight was like a countdown, ticking away the seconds of her freedom. Just open it. Just get out. Her fingers found the latch and yanked. The window gave a shuddering screech as it opened, but the sound was swallowed by the growing hum, the oppressive weight of the house pressing against her. Outside, the sky had darkened, and she could feel the bitter chill of the night creeping in, but it didn't matter. The outside world, beckoned freedom, was only a breath away. Just as she was about to climb through, a hand gripped her arm, cold and unyielding, pulling her back into the room. Her body jerked, her breath caught in her throat, but she didn't stop. She fought, her nails digging into the edge of the window frame, her body thrashing against the grip. But the figure's strength was inhuman, like a shadow made flesh, and it dragged her back into the center of the room. The air grew heavier still, and Charlotte felt her strength begin to fade, the weight of the house pressing in from all sides, making it harder to breathe, harder to think. You can't run, Charlotte. You can't hide from yourself, the figure said softly, its breath a cold wind against her ear. We're all echoes here, lost, forgotten. She could feel the darkness, pulling at her something deeper, something older than the house itself. The echoes, the lost souls that had wandered too long, who had become part of the house. their voices trapped within its walls, their memories twisted into something unrecognizable. And now she was one of them. One more fragment, swallowed whole by the hunger of the house. Suddenly, the walls shook violently. The house seemed grown, its bones creaking, as if something was coming, a shift, a change. And then, from the darkness behind her, she heard it. A whisper, faint and distant, but clear. Don't look back. But she already had. Charlotte's heart stopped as she turned. Her breath caught in her throat as a wave of realization hit her. She wasn't looking at the figure anymore. She was looking at herself. The true Charlotte, the one who had been lost to the house long ago, stood in front of her. Her eyes hollow, her body pale and translucent. She was nothing but an echo now, a ghost trapped in the house, her soul consumed by time and darkness. And in that moment, Charlotte understood. There was no escape, not for her, not for anyone. The air around Charlotte grew impossibly cold, and the walls, as if the house itself was alive, breathing in time with her own ragged breaths. No escape, the thought was like a blade. In her mind, cutting deeper with each passing second, the figure before her reflection, her doppelganger, and now the ghost of the true Charlotte, stared at her with hollow, empty eyes, unblinking, unfeeling. The true Charlotte was fading, the remnants of her corporeal form dissolving into thin wisps of darkness that stretched toward the ceiling, as if the house was pulling her back into the depths of its insatiable hunger. "You're just like me now," the ghost whispered, its voice eerily calm, like the rustle of dry leaves. "You belong here. There's no way out. The house keeps us forever, until there's nothing left but the echo." Charlotte's knees buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the cold, splintered floor. She could feel her pulse in her temples, the ache in her chest deepening with the realization that the house wasn't just trapping them, was slowly stripping them away, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but the echo of their existence. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she clutched at the floorboards, her fingers slick with cold sweat. She had to find a way out. The thought of becoming one with the house, of losing herself completely, was too much to bear. She thought of the family, the friends she had left behind. She thought of her life outside these walls. But the house wouldn't let her. It was like a giant, ancient predator, slowly encircling its prey, waiting for the final moment to strike. Charlotte's head swam, and the shadows around her seemed to grow longer, stretching like claws over her skin. The whispers grew louder, hundreds of voices, all overlapping, all distorted by time, until they became a cacophony of madness. Charlotte, ... leave now, ... stay with us, ... Each whisper had a different tone, a different cadence, but they all blended into one overwhelming force. The house was calling to her, pleading with her, demanding that she stay. Suddenly, a sickening creak sounded from behind her, and Charlotte spun around, her heart hammering in her chest. The door to the room she'd first entered, the door that had been locked earlier, was wide open now, just as it had been when she'd first stepped in. Beyond it, the hallway stretched into the suffocating darkness. A rush of hope surged through her. The door, there's a way out. But as she scrambled to her feet, a voice, far colder and more terrifying than the others, cut through the noise like a knife. It was the voice she had heard earlier, the voice of the house itself. "Do you really think you can leave? Do you really think you can escape me?" Charlotte froze. The voice wasn't coming from anywhere. It was coming from within her, deep inside her mind. She could feel it, like a pulse under her skin, gnawing at her consciousness. It was the same voice she had heard in the whispering shadows, the one that had called to her in the beginning. It was the one that had told her never enter after sunset. It was the house itself. The house was alive. It was more than a building, more than walls and floors and doors. It was something older, darker, something that had been feeding on those who had entered it for years, perhaps centuries. It was an entity, a force that had devoured souls, twisted them, and bound them to the house forever. And now it wanted hers. The darkness in the doorway beckoned to her, an infinite void, as if the house was pulling her toward it. She could feel it like a weight in her chest, pulling her forward, urging her to step into the hallway, to surrender herself to it. But then, from the corner of her eye, something caught her attention. The shadow of her reflection, no, the echo of her moved in the same direction she did, mirroring her every move. Charlotte's breath caught in her throat. The figure was no longer just mimicking her, it was becoming her. The longer she stared, the more the reflection faded into the shadows, until there was nothing left but an empty, hollow shell standing in the doorway. "We are one," the echo whispered. "We always have been." Charlotte shook her head, her mind struggling to grasp what was happening. She felt her soul, her very essence, slipping away, melding with the house, becoming part of the darkness that had claimed so many before her. No, she couldn't let it happen. Not like this. With a surge of adrenaline, she forced herself to move, despite the weight of the house pressing down on her. She didn't know how long she had left, but she had. To try, she couldn't just lie down and let it consume her. She couldn't surrender to the echo dot as her hands grasped the doorframe. She felt something snap, like a thread unraveling deep inside her. The house recoiled, a shuddering groan running through the walls, as if it had sensed her resistance. It wanted to drag her back, to fold her into the shadow, to take her completely. But for the first time, Charlotte fought back. Just one step into the hallway, and maybe she could make it. She stepped forward, her legs shaky, but determined. The door slammed shut behind her with a deafening crash, and the house screamed, its walls shaking as if it were in pain. But Charlotte didn't look back. She couldn't afford to. She ran, her feet pounding against the rotting floorboards. The echoes of her footsteps, too loud, too wrong. But still, she ran further and further from the heart of the house. She didn't know if she was truly escaping, or if this was just another twisted part of its game. But she had to try. The hallway twisted and turned, bending in unnatural angles. The walls closed in, pushing her forward, yet she pushed on. A door, a window, anything. She didn't care how far she had to go, she would not stay. She refused to become one of the voices that would call to the next lost soul. But as she reached the final door, the one that led to the outside world, she stopped. The figure stood in the doorway, its eyes cold and empty, its smile stretched, wide, too wide, as if it were waiting for her. And the voice in her mind whispered again, "No one ever leaves. The house waits." And in the echo, Charlotte is never truly gone. The cold air outside the door was almost a mockery of freedom, a cruel invitation that beckoned. Charlotte forward even as the heavy shadows of the house clung to her heels. The figure her echo stood in the doorway, its form flickering and wavering like a candle in the wind, but its smile remained constant. There was no denying it now. The house had become a living thing, a parasite, and it had fed on more than just her fear. It had fed on her very existence, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but the echo of her name in its walls. The door in front of her was a promise of escape, of light, of breath, but Charlotte felt the weight of it suffocating, oppressive. Pressure as if the house itself was wrapping her in its final embrace. The air grew colder, and with every step she took toward the door, the darkness seemed to grow deeper. She was being pulled back, and not by the house but by herself. "You think you can outrun me?" The voice was low, insidious, like the soft murmur of wind rustling through a dead forest. It was her voice, but not. "You'll never leave. This place owns you. It owns your soul." Her heart pounded in her chest. Her mind was a swirling storm of disbelief, of panic, of regret. She wanted to scream, to fight, to tear at the air around her and demand answers, but the very breath she took seemed to choke her. The door freedom seemed so close, but the house was fighting back. It wasn't letting go. For a moment, Charlotte paused, her hand hovering over the door handle. The walls around her pulsed, the very foundation of the house groaning like a beast awakening from a long slumber. The floor beneath her feet trembled, and somewhere deep within the house, the sound of something or someone scraping against the walls echoed in the distance. It was a cry, a tortured wail. Her fingers twitched, and for the briefest moment, she considered letting go, giving in. She could feel the house, its pull, its hunger, and it was tempting to sink into it, to surrender. But then the faces of all those who had come before her flashed through her mind, faces she didn't know, faces she'd never seen, yet she knew them. They were the lost souls, the ones who had been consumed by the echo, who had failed to leave. She thought of their eyes dull and vacant, hollowed out by the house, their bodies just vessels for the echoes that remained. She couldn't join them. She wouldn't. The door handle was cold beneath her fingers, but it didn't matter. With all the strength she had left, Charlotte turned it. The door opened with a groan, the hinges protesting, but she didn't hesitate. She stepped out into the dark, cold night, the air sharp and biting against her skin. It was a relief. It was a break from the suffocating grip of the house. The moon hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the overgrown yard. The wind whispered through the trees. She could feel the freedom she had longed for. But then, the ground beneath her feet shifted. The earth trembled, a low hum vibrating through the air. Her body jerked, as though the very ground was alive beneath her. The whispering wind suddenly grew louder, more insistent, until it was a roar. The trees around her began to sway unnaturally, their branches snapping like brittle bones, reaching toward her with skeletal hands. The distant house, standing eerily silent behind her, loomed as if waiting. The sound of footsteps, soft but deliberate, came from behind her. Charlotte spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. There was no one, just the house. It's dark. Windows gleamed like eyes in the night, watching her, waiting. You're still here. The voice in her mind was stronger now, more commanding. It was not her own voice anymore, but something other, something older. You can't leave, Charlotte. You're part of me now, part of this place. Her breath caught. The cold wind rushed around her, carrying with it the scent of rot, of decay. The earth beneath her feet shifted again, and Charlotte felt a chilling wave of dread wash over her. The trees, the very trees, began to twist, their trunks bending unnaturally, their limbs extending toward her, clawing at the air as though drawn by some unseen force. The ground cracked open, revealing darkness beneath, a pit that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the house itself. It's not over, the voice whispered again. It was everywhere, inside her, around her, pushing her back toward the house. You can run, but you'll never escape. There's nowhere left to hide. Charlotte turned toward the house, a wild thought blooming in her mind. What if it was all a trap? What if she had never really escaped? The house had tricked her, drawn her out into the open, and now it was closing in. The land itself was shifting, warping, becoming a part of the house's malevolent hunger. And then she saw it. From the center of the yard, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man, no, not a maniform, a shape. He moved with a strange, jerky motion, his limbs unnatural. He was covered in dust, his clothes tattered and worn. His face was barely visible, but the outline of it sent a jolt of recognition through her dot. Charlotte had seen him before, in the house. He was one of the lost souls, one of the ones who had been consumed long before her. His hollow eyes locked onto hers, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she saw a glimmer of something recognition. But before she could react, the ground beneath her feet began to crack open once again, a gaping maw of darkness swallowing the earth. The figure took a step forward, and with it, the house seemed to grow in size, its presence stretching over the land, consuming everything in its path. Charlotte screamed, but her voice was lost in the wind, swallowed by the sound of the earth crumbling beneath her. The trees were no longer trees. They were fingers, long skeletal fingers reaching from the very earth to drag her down into the darkness. And as she fell, she saw the house behind her, its windows gleaming with an unholy light. She saw the faces of the lost souls pressed against the glass, their eyes empty, their mouths open in silent screams. It was too late. The echo had taken her. The house waits, and the echoes of Charlotte and of all those before her will never fade. The world around Charlotte spun as she fell, her body swallowed by the earth, her limbs flailing helplessly in the darkness. The scream that had bubbled in her throat was strangled by the heavy, oppressive air that closed in around her. It was like being underwater, but there was no escape, no surface to break free from. Her chest ached with the weight of it all, the crushing realization that she had never truly escaped the house, that the house had always been a part of her. The darkness pressed against her from all sides, suffocating, relentless. But then she landed not on soft earth or jagged stone, but on something hard, something cold. It felt like glass, but smooth, and beneath her fingertips, it was vibrating, a faint hum like the pulse of something ancient and alive. She blinked, her mind still dizzy, trying to process what had happened. She tried to stand, but her legs wouldn't cooperate. Her entire body felt frozen, as if she had been plunged into an abyss, suspended in time. Every breath she drew was shallow, the air thick with the scent of rot and mildew, and that sound, the whispering. It was louder now, all around her, indistinct and maddening. "You're still here." It was her voice. It didn't sound like it. It was distorted, like a recording played too many times, warped and broken. But it was unmistakable. Her breath caught in her throat, and she pushed herself up, trying to see through the blackness that surrounded her. She saw nothing. No walls, no ceiling, just emptiness. But then she felt it. The air shifted around her, a ripple like the passing of something unseen. The vibrations under her palms grew stronger, and suddenly she could hear it. Footsteps, faint at first, but growing louder with each passing second. "No one ever leaves." The words rang out, clearer now, cutting through the silence. It wasn't just a voice anymore. It was an echo. Her echo, but as Charlotte's senses sharpened, she realized something far more terrifying. The footsteps weren't just coming from one direction. They were coming from every direction, from all around her, from inside her own head. Her heart raced, panic rising in her throat. She twisted, her eyes straining to see in the blackness, but there was nothing. No movement, no shapes, no figures. Just the deep, unnerving hum of the place. The hollow vibration that seemed to come from within the ground itself. The whispering came again, this time louder, more insistent, as if it were right beside her. In her ear, "You are one of us now, Charlotte. Welcome home." She jerked her head, her breath catching. "One of us." The words reverberated in her mind like a sentence passed down from a distant, forgotten past. Stomach, a sick realization creeping into her thoughts. The ground beneath her shifted again. This time, there was no doubt it was moving, shifting. The glass-like surface cracking open, breaking into jagged lines that ran like veins beneath her feet. The cracks expanded, and a low growl, a growl that seemed to rise from the earth itself, vibrated through her bones. She stumbled back, the shards of glass digging into her skin, but it didn't matter. She couldn't feel the pain. There was no pain, not like before, when she had fought the house, when she had tried to escape. There was no pain because it was as though the house had already claimed her. She was one with it now. Suddenly, the glass shattered completely, falling away into nothingness. and Charlotte felt herself being pulled downward, sucked into the black abyss. The hum grew into a roar, the sound of 1,000 voices, no 1,000, souls all, crying out in unison. The pull was irresistible. It wasn't the earth beneath her, but the house itself, pulling her into its depths. You can't escape now. The voice was everywhere. The house had her, but then something else happened. The space around her shifted again, warping like a tunnel, stretching and bending in impossible ways. For the first time, Charlotte saw light, a faint, distant glow, like the far-off shimmer of something just beyond her reach. It flickered, dim and weak, as if the house itself was reluctant to let her see it. "It's a lie," the voice hissed, the echo of her own fear. "That light is false. You cannot leave the hollow. You are part of us, part of this." Charlotte's fingers grasped the edges of the tunnel, the edges of her world, and with every ounce of strength she had left, she pushed forward. The light was closer, now real, solid, something different from the black void surrounding her. But the echo wasn't done. It rose again, louder, filling her head with its words. "You'll never escape. You can run, but you'll never be." For a brief moment, Charlotte saw herself, her real self, standing just before the light. She saw her face reflected in the glassy surface of the hollow, pale and trembling. The girl who had stepped into the house so long ago. But it wasn't her anymore, was it? The reflection was the echo now. It was the other Charlotte, the one who had stayed behind, the one who had already been consumed by the house, the one who had lost herself to its hunger, and now it was coming for her. The hollow beneath her feet opened wider, the dark pit swallowing the light entirely. The air around her felt heavier, thicker, pressing in on her chest. She was caught in the spiral, the house's pulse reverberating through her very soul. There was no escape. She knew that now. The light flickered once more, and in the final moment before she was pulled under, she heard the faintest whisper of her own voice. "You're home," and then dash nothing. "The house waits." And now Charlotte is just another echo. Time ceased to exist in the place Charlotte had fallen into. It was as though the very fabric of reality had twisted and unraveled, and now she was simply a shard floating in an endless void. The silence was deafening, not the comforting, natural, quiet of the night, but the oppressive kind of silence, so thick, so suffocating, that it felt like an entity in itself, breathing with her, moving in time with the beating of her heart. Every pulse was another reminder of the house's presence, of its endless hunger. She couldn't move. Her body felt frozen, as though the void itself had wrapped its tendrils around her, binding her in place. Her mind raced, thoughts spiraling, faster than she could grasp them, as she tried to hold on to the fleeting memory of who she had once been. There was a name, her name, but it felt like a whisper against the roaring emptiness of this place. It was fading, slipping away like water through her fingers. The voice came from all around her, low and curling like smoke. But it wasn't just the echo anymore. It was something else, something older, deeper, more sinister, something that had always been here, hiding in the shadows, watching her as she walked through the house, unaware of what she was truly stepping into. "You cannot escape what you are." The words slithered into her mind, wrapped themselves around her thoughts. Her breath hitched. She wanted to scream, to fight back, but there was no sound. No way to voice the terror that had gripped her. She was trapped, trapped within the hollow, within the echo of herself, forever locked in a place that existed outside of time, outside of space. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced through the oppressive darkness, a harsh, jarring contrast to the eternal void she had been swallowed by. It flickered, weak at first, but growing stronger. She squinted against the brightness, forcing her eyes to adjust, and as they did, a shape began to emerge from the light, a figure, standing tall in the center of the void. A man. No, not a man. Him. Charlotte's breath caught. Her eyes widened. In disbelief, she had seen him before, in the house. The figure in the hallway, the one who had once lived here, long ago. His face was unfamiliar, yet familiar. The same hollow eyes, the same silent scream etched into his expression. He was her, or she was him. There was no difference. The lines between past and present, between time and eternity, had blurred into a mess of fragmented images and memories. The figure stepped closer, his face empty, his mouth open as if to speak, but no words came. Just the soft whispering of his breath, mingling with the ever-present hum of the void. "You were never meant to leave," the figure said, his voice distant, fading in and out like the sound of waves crashing against a shore. "None of us were." Charlotte's chest tightened, panic rising once again. She wanted to run, but where could she go? This place, this void, was infinite. The house had consumed her body and soul. It had torn her apart, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but the echo of who she had been. She was lost. "You'll never be free." The words rang in her ears, vibrating through her very bones. The figure's face remained unchanged, but there was something other in his eyes, now a flicker of recognition, as if he understood her fear, her pain, her confusion. He wasn't just a manifestation of the house. He was one of the lost.
Why?
Of the many who had come before her, who had been consumed and twisted into nothing more than a reflection. "It's ourselves." His words were like shards of glass, cutting through the fog of her mind, making her see the truth. The house was a prison, yes, but it was also a mirror, a reflection of her deepest fears, her own darkest thoughts. She had chosen to step inside. She had invited the darkness, not realizing what it would cost. But now she had nowhere to run, no way to fight back. The figure raised his hand, and in that moment, Charlotte felt the ground beneath her shift once more. The darkness thickened, and a low rumble filled the air like the growl of a beast awakening from a long slumber. The void was closing in on her, tightening like a noose. Her pulse quickened, her breathing shallow, and then the whisper came again, so soft, so close. She could feel it against her skin. "You will join us, Charlotte. You will become one of us." The figure's hand reached toward her, and as it did, the world around her began to dissolve, the light growing brighter, the darkness pushing in closer, until everything was one chaotic swirl of motion and sound. The hum grew louder, overwhelming her senses, and Charlotte felt herself slipping away into the nothingness. She screamed, or at least she thought she did, but there was no sound, no escape. She was caught in the grasp of something far older than the house itself. The darkness wasn't just the house. It was the echo, the memory of all the souls it had consumed over the centuries. And she was one of them now. "You are home." The words echoed in her mind, and for the first time Charlotte understood. She had never been meant to leave. She had never been meant to escape, because in the end she had always been a part of the house, always a part of the echo, and the echo never truly fades. The house waits, and now Charlotte is lost within it. The void had no mercy. It was a perpetual churn of blackness, an endless sea where time lost all meaning. There was no sense of forward or backward, no horizon to reach for, just the eternal, suffocating silence. Charlotte could feel the echo of herself like a distant whisper on the edge of her consciousness, tugging at the fabric of her thoughts. Her mind was unraveling, slipping through the cracks of the hollow, but there was no escape. Yet somehow her body continued to exist, drifting, moving through the darkness, caught in an endless cycle of waking and slumbering. Was she asleep? Was she dead? She couldn't tell. There was no difference anymore. The last remnants of her identity, the faint glimmer of who she had been, flickered in and out of her mind like a dying candle in the wind. Memories she had once cherished, moments she had clung to for comfort, slipped away from her like sand through outstretched fingers. You are one of us now. The words were like a mantra, repeating endlessly in her mind. The voice, her voice, the voice of the lost it, was all around her, constantly pulling, constantly reminding her of her place in this empty, eternal cycle. But then something changed. It was subtle at first. The darkness shifted, the hum of the void growing quieter, then louder again. But it felt ... different. A tremor, a pulse, something new. A ripple across the stillness. Charlotte's senses, dulled by the endless silence, pricked at the sensation. She wasn't alone. There was something else in this darkness. It had been here all along, lurking, waiting for its moment. A light appeared faint at first, barely aglow against the inky blackness. But it grew stronger, brighter, until it was all Charlotte could see. She recoiled instinctively, as if the light itself was an enemy, but it wasn't blinding. It was ... familiar, comfortable, and yet there was something about it that made her heart skip a beat. It felt like a trap. The light expanded, a soft, swirling aura surrounding her like a cocoon. In its center, a figure began to take shape, a figure she knew well. She had seen it before, though the memory was faint. The edges of her mind struggled to hold onto it, and it became clear it was her. Her, the form, was an exact mirror of Charlotte Pell's skin. Dark eyes, the same hollowed expression, but there was no warmth in the figure's face. It was a twisted reflection. The shape of Charlotte's very soul, warped by the house, by the echo. This was the thing she had feared. The other self, the one who had never truly escaped, the one who had been consumed long before her. But the reflection was not simply an image, it was an entity. It was an extension of the house, a manifestation of the hollow that existed in every soul trapped within its walls. The entity tilted its head, a slow, deliberate movement, as though studying Charlotte. Do you see it now? The voice wasn't hers. Not entirely. It was the voice of the house, of the echo of everything that had been lost. But there was something else there too, something that made Charlotte's heart race, something she didn't understand. You are part of us now. You've always been. The figure stepped closer, and Charlotte could feel the pull just like the first time she had entered the house. The force that had called her, the force that had promised her answers. She recoiled, shaking her head, fighting the overwhelming urge to reach out. But the light was drawing her in. You wanted to understand, didn't you? You wanted to know the truth. The voice was mocking now, soft and sweet, like honey laced with poison. Now you know, Charlotte's mind screamed, but her body refused to move. She could feel the weight of the house upon her again. The oppressive presence was returning, the slow crushing force of it, like hands closing around her chest. Wasn't just the echo that had taken hurt, was the house itself, the very foundation of it, pulling her back into its cold, dark heart. The figure before her smiled her, smile twisted into something alien and, then, without warning, reached out. The fingers grazed Charlotte's cheek, and in that moment, she felt the pull of the house like never before. It was no longer just a place. It was no longer just a physical structure. The house had become a part of her. The house was inside her now. Charlotte's body shook with a sudden violent jolt, and for a moment, the darkness around her felt alive, pulsing with a terrible energy. The walls of the hollow began to bend and twist, forming jagged shapes and outlines that Charlotte had once known. The hallways, the rooms, the staircases, all, the places she had once walked, now distorted and broken, like a nightmare made flesh. You wanted to leave, the reflection whispered, its voice echoing in the hollow, but you never left. You never could leave. We are the house now, and you are home. Charlotte's chest tightened. The walls around her were pressing in, pushing her back, wrapping her in their cold embrace. She felt herself slipping, falling, unable to fight the pull anymore. The echo had become her, and she had become the echo. She had taken the house inside her, and now it was taking her into itself. The figure before her began to dissolve, breaking apart into a swirling cloud of black smoke, and as it did, it spoke one final time, its words a soft whisper that sent chills crawling under Charlotte's skin. There is no escape. There is only ... return. And with that, the darkness consumed her once more, swallowing her whole, until she became just another echo in the endless halls. Another face pressed against the glass of the house that never truly let anyone go. The house waits, and now Charlotte is part of it forever. Charlotte had thought she was lost before, that she had wandered too far into the house, deeper into its maze of dark corridors. She had thought the very foundation of the mansion had swallowed her whole. But now she understood. The house did not simply trap, it rearranged. It shifted the very fabric of reality, bending it like a twisted reflection in a mirror. She wasn't walking anymore, not in the sense she had once known. She was drifting a shadow, a wisp of thought, drawn along by the unseen pull of the house's will. The air felt thick, here heavy, with the scent of old wood, damp stone, and a lingering musk of decay. But there was something else, something new. Under it, all the bitter temps, like blood mixed with rust. Charlotte's feet touched the ground, though it no longer felt like earth or stone beneath her. It felt like the skin of something far older, far more alive than any house could be. The pulse, that maddening hum, thrummed through her every nerve, vibrating against her bones. She could feel the house in her blood, in her pulse. It was everywhere. She stumbled, but there was no need to regain balance. The house held her, it always had. She was no longer in control. There was a sound distant at first, like the soft creak of wood, then growing louder, more deliberate. It was the sound of a door opening. There was something wrong about this place, something unnatural, but she was moving now, carried along by the weight of the house, whether she wished it or not. Her eyes locked onto a door at the far end of the hall. It was unlike the others, no worn brass handle, no cracked frame. It was pure black, a perfect rectangle, unmarked and unblemished. The very presence of it felt wrong, as if it didn't belong in the house, as if it had manifested from somewhere else, a rift torn into reality itself. Her heart quickened, and though every instinct screamed for her to turn away, Charlotte found herself walking toward it. Her movements were no longer her own. The house was making her go forward, making her step closer to the door she was never meant to open. With every step, she felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her, felt the whispers the other Charlotte, the one who had given in long ago, the one who had already forgotten the girl she used to be. That voice was always with her now, in the back of her mind, urging her onward, echoing with the knowledge that there was no way out. "Do you hear it?" the voice murmured in her mind. "The door is waiting." The door was closer now, only a few steps away, its surface reflecting nothing but the void. She reached for the handle. It was ice cold, biting against her skin like the touch of death itself. The moment her fingers made contact, the house shuddered. The walls groaned, a deep rattling sound that shook the very air around her. Her pulse quickened. She could feel the air growing thicker. The atmosphere, there was a sense of finality in the air, an undeniable certainty that this was the moment. The door was not just a portal to another room. It was a passage to something deeper, something worse. The moment the door opened, a chill swept through the hall. It was as though the house itself exhaled, releasing a breath it had held for far too long. The darkness behind the door seemed to stretch infinitely, like a hole in the very fabric of reality. Charlotte stepped over the threshold before she could stop herself, before she could comprehend what was happening. Her mind screamed in defiance, but her body was no longer her own. She had to go through. She had to step into the darkness beyond, and so she did. The world around her bent again, twisted like a dream that refused to let go. The air tasted of smoke and sulfur, and the sound of the house, the low hum, the whispering voices began to change. The whispering became laughter, but it was not kind or gentle. It was mocking. It was cruel. "Welcome to the 13th room." Her eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness, but it didn't help. There were no walls, no shapes to define where the room began or ended. There was only darkness, a crushing, suffocating darkness that pressed in on her from all sides, so thick she could feel it in her chest. And then a faint light flickered in the distance. It wasn't bright, but it was different. Not like the house's light. This was pure, unnatural. It called to her. Charlotte took a step toward it, her breath shallow and uneven. Every movement felt like it was being dictated to her by some unseen force. The closer she got to the light, intense the laughter became, surrounding her, pressing on her eardrums until it felt like it might burst her head open. But she couldn't stop. She couldn't turn back. The light grew larger, and then she saw it, her. Not the reflection, not the warped thing she had seen earlier. This was her, alive, breathing, whole, standing in the center of the room, bathed in that unsettling light. She was smiling, but it wasn't the smile Charlotte knew. It wasn't her smile. It was something cold, something wrong. "You made it this far, Charlotte." The voice was her own, but it felt foreign. It felt estranged from her. It echoed through her body, reverberating against her ribs like a distant thunderclap. "But you're too late." Charlotte froze. Too late. The words were a puzzle she couldn't quite piece together, and before she could understand, the figure spoke again, its smile widening. "You've come home." And suddenly, everything shifted. The room around Charlotte collapsed, the light dimming, warping until it felt as though the world itself was folding in on her. The laughter grew louder, and she could hear it now, more voices. Many, many voices, hundreds all, crying out in unison, an overwhelming chorus that filled her head, drowning her in sound. Charlotte stumbled back, but there was no escape. The room was the house. It was the void. She was caught in its grip. The light flickered again, and in that brief moment, Charlotte saw it. The figure, the other Charlotte, wasn't smiling anymore. Her expression had changed, now twisted with something dark, something hungry. Her eyes burned with a cold light, a light that wasn't the one she had seen before. "You've always been home," it whispered, the voice slithering like oil into Charlotte's mind. The house had taken her, and she was never going to leave. The house waits. The 13th room remains forever, waiting for the next to enter. There was no air here, no warmth, no breath. Charlotte's body floated in a limbo that stretched out into an abyss of darkness, an eternal night where time no longer had any meaning. She felt her pulse, faint and slow, but it was barely a heartbeat, more like a murmur. Her body was no longer her own. Her mind still clouded with the overwhelming noise, the laughter, the voices that choked her thoughts. Her thoughts were becoming disjointed, splintering into fragments like shards of glass, slipping into oblivion. "You've always been here, Charlotte," the voice echoed again. It wasn't the reflection, or the entity, or even the house. It was something more intimate. The whisper came from within her own chest, curling around her insides, settling in the marrow of her bones. She wanted to scream, but there was no sound. Her mouth was dry, her throat tight. Nothing moved. She couldn't even feel her limbs anymore. There was only a strange, disconnected awareness that her body still existed somewhere, somehow, but there were no answers. There was only the hum of the house, the beating rhythm of its malevolent pulse that surrounded her, saturating the space. The hum was a heartbeat, and as it grew louder, it felt as though it were squeezing her chest, suffocating her in its endless drone. Then, slowly, the blackness began to shift. The edges of her perception blurred, and light seeped into the edges of the void. Faint and almost sickly, as though the house itself was bleeding it out. It was the same light from the 13th room, cold, unnatural. It flickered like a dying flame, unstable, uncertain. And then, the world changed. Charlotte felt the ground beneath her, though it was not solid. The floor, or whatever she was standing on, undulated like a living thing. It was damp and slick, of iron and decay. She could see the faint outlines of walls now, stretching far and wide, tall and narrow, closing in on her like the ribs of some ancient beast. The space felt familiar, but twisted. Too familiar, like the same house, yet not quite the same. The walls were cracked, the floors uneven, and the flickering light cast deep, stretching shadows, making everything seem warped and grotesque. She was inside the house now, but it wasn't the house she had known. The rooms she remembered, the ones she had once walked through, those had changed. The doors that had once opened now remained sealed, their surfaces warped and scarred, almost as if they had been forgotten by the house itself. "It's time," came the voice again, but it was different now, more fragmented. It was no longer the reflection, no longer the other Charlotte. This voice was older, deeper, pulling at the very fabric of Charlotte's soul, unraveling her sense of self. She stumbled forward instinctively, her feet scraping against the cracked wood. She reached out, her fingers brushing the wall alive, warm beneath her touch. There was a pulse in the walls. It was watching her. She knew that much. And yet, she could not stop herself from moving, from stepping deeper into the maze of this new house. Her footsteps echoed in the silence, too loud for comfort. There was no way to silence them, no way to hide. The house was listening as she walked. It flickered, dancing in patterns she couldn't comprehend, as though the house were trying to communicate with her, trying to make her understand something. And then, at the far end of the hallway, there was another door, a 13th door. The door was exactly like the others, and yet, it wasn't. It exuded a sense of heaviness, like a tombstone waiting to be disturbed. Charlotte's heart raced, but she couldn't look away. The door called to her. She had to open it. She knew she had to. Her hand trembled as it brushed against the cold, rotting wood, and the moment her fingers made contact, a shock ran through her, sharp electric pulse that shot up her arm and into her chest. She gasped, but it wasn't pain. No, it was something worse. It was a feeling of being recognized. The house had felt her touch, and now it was alive. The door groaned as if reluctant to open, but with a violent twist of the handle, it gave way. Beyond, it was not a room. No, it was nothing. An endless chasm of shadow. The air thickened with the smell of rot, of wet earth, of something ancient that had been buried long ago. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and shifting, as though it might swallow her whole at any moment. And then the laughter. It started again, rising slowly, deliberately, until it echoed in the very core of her being. Charlotte stepped through the doorway, her breath coming in ragged gasps, and there before her was the reflection. The figure stood perfectly still in the middle of the void. It was still her, but no longer. Her features were distorted now, not like the twisted, hungry version she had seen before, but as though something had grown from her, sprouted from the core of her being. Her reflection was larger, stretching impossibly tall, her silhouette outlined by the sickly light that flickered and shimmered behind her. And then, with an eerie slowness, the figure raised its hand, pointing toward Charlotte, its lips curving into a smile that stretched too wide, its teeth sharp and glinting in the darkness. "You've come to claim your place." Charlotte felt the words deep within her, like a prophecy that had always been whispered in the back of her mind. She had known, somewhere in the dark recesses of her soul, that this moment would come. She had never truly escaped the house. She had never truly left. Her fingers clenched around the doorframe as she tried to pull herself back, but the house was pulling her deeper, drawing her in. The reflection's smile widened, and its voice came again, this time louder, its tone dripping. With venom, no one ever leaves. And before Charlotte could understand the full weight of the words, the ground beneath her feet shifted. The door slammed shut with a deafening bang, and the house the voids wallowed her whole. Charlotte's scream was lost in the darkness, unheard, unheeded, as she fell into the depths of the house's hollow core. And once more, the house waited. The house never lets go. It only waits. The moment Charlotte felt the ground beneath her tremble, the world shifted, pulled, and buckled, as though she were being sucked into the very fabric of existence itself. The door, that wretched 13th door, had closed behind her with a finality that echoed through her soul. She had heard the softest murmur, a whisper carried by the house's breath, but her mind couldn't comprehend the meaning. No one ever leaves was no longer a warning, it was a truth. As the house continued to shift, the walls around her began to warp again, moving as if the very bones of the mansion were groaning, sighing under the weight of some ancient burden. Charlotte felt a wave of nausea flood over her. The room she was in, the void that had once seemed endless, was now becoming more real, more tangible. The air itself felt sticky, like the very atmosphere was thick with the residue of forgotten things. Her hands trembled as they reached for the walls, fingers grazing the damp stone, the cold wood, the pulse that breathed through the house. There was something else, Noan, awareness creeping into her senses. She could feel a pressure against her chest, like the house was slowly closing in on her, pressing in from every angle. It wasn't just the walls. It wasn't just the floor beneath her. It was everything. The very space she inhabited seemed alive, alive in a way that was ... wrong. She was no longer a visitor here. She was part of it now. A shadow, long and twisting, stretched across the floor ahead of her, moving in sync with her every step. But Charlotte didn't move. Her feet felt glued to the ground. Her eyes, wide with terror, traced the shape that moved before her, and she gasped as it grew taller, growing impossibly thin, like a reflection in shattered glass. It wasn't a shadow, it was her. The figure stood still for a moment, not an inch of movement, not a whisper of sound. It was Herb. Not the face was her own, yes, but it was hollowed out, empty. The eyes were darker, impossibly black, like two pits swallowing light, and the mouth was drawn into a permanent, cruel smile, stretching unnaturally wide. She felt it then, the sensation that she was being watched. No, not just watched. The reflection knew her. It knew everything about her. It understood her in ways she couldn't even begin to fathom. Do you hear it, Charlotte? The voice was her own, but there was a depth to it now, a resonance that vibrated within the very walls of the house. It wasn't just a sound, it was the house. Charlotte stepped backward, her heart racing as panic began to claw its way up her throat, but the figure did not move, did not pursue her. It only stared, eyes piercing, unblinking. "It's been waiting for you, Charlotte," the voice continued. The shadow's lips didn't move, but the words were felt in her chest, deep, in her lungs. The house never forgets. It remembers, and it always takes what belongs to it. A sudden coldness swept through Charlotte, and she shuddered involuntarily. She had felt it before, that sense of being drawn into something much larger than herself. The house had wanted her, had waited for her, and now she was trapped. But the worst part, the part that crushed her soul, was that she had always been trapped. She had always belonged to the house. She was no different from the others, those who had walked these halls before her, those whose echoes she had heard in the dark. She opened her mouth to scream, but the words wouldn't come. The air around her thickened, like a viscous liquid filling her lungs, suffocating her. She could barely breathe, the weight of the house pressing on her chest, forcing the air out of her body. But then, in the silence that followed, she heard it, a heartbeat, slow, steady, thump, thump. It was the house's heartbeat, deep and slow, vibrating through the ground and into her chest. The sound of it reverberated in her skull, a pulse of rhythm that seemed to sync with her own heart. It was an ancient sound, a primal sound. The house was alive, but not in any way she had understood before. It was not a house at all. It was something older, something much older, like the earth itself. Her mind began to race. She had been so focused on the house's walls, its rooms, its corridors, that she had never thought to listen to its true rhythm. The heartbeat was the pulse of something other, something that had grown deep beneath the floors, in the roots of the very earth that held it together. It was a force, a presence, far older than any of the buildings she had wandered through, and it was hungry. The shadow, the reflection, began to move now, its head tilting in that eerie, disjointed way, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled by invisible hands. It stepped forward, and Charlotte recoiled, stumbling backwards. There were no walls behind her now, only the endless expanse of the void. Only the heartbeat of the house, thumping louder, faster. The reflection's smile widened as it approached, its dark eyes gleaming in the faint light, its grin now stretching, wider, impossibly wide. "You're part of it now," it whispered. The words were thick with malice, like venom dripping from a snake's fangs. Charlotte felt the weight of its words. It was true. She had always been part of it. From the very moment she stepped foot in the house, she had become a part of its endless, twisted cycle, a part of its hunger. The heartbeat, the rhythm of life beneath the house, pulsed in time with her own, and she realized that her own heart was no longer her own. It was the house's heartbeat now. The reflection reached out, its hand extending toward her, and Charlotte froze. The shadow was too close now, far too close. She could feel the heat of it on her skin, the pulse of its energy, its hunger. Her own reflection's hand grazed her cheek, and suddenly she felt cold, cold like the grave. The air around her thickened as though the house was breathing through her, and she could no longer distinguish where she ended and it began. The house had claimed her, and with it, the reflection, the other Charlotte, had claimed her soul. The light flickered once more, and then everything went black. The heartbeat didn't stop. It never stopped. The house waits in the dark, its hunger eternal, and those who enter are never truly free. Charlotte's eyes fluttered open, but the world was not the same. It was not the void she had fallen into, nor the twisted halls of the mansion she had come to fear. There was only darkness, a thick, oppressive blackness that swallowed her whole. She tried to breathe, but the air was heavy, suffocating. She felt her chest constrict, her lungs fighting for each gasp. But it was useless. The house was there, pressing down on her. It had always been there. Her limbs felt heavy, like lead. She reached out instinctively, but there was nothing but the cold, wet floor beneath her fingers. No walls, no ceiling, no light. Only the profound weight of silence, the oppressive emptiness surrounding her dot. But then there it was, a flicker. A brief pulse of light, almost imperceptible at first, but it grew, like the slow swelling of a storm on the horizon. She saw it. Then, a door standing alone in the distance, barely visible at first, but gradually growing more distinct. The light that surrounded it was faint, sickly, but it was real. It beckoned to her dot. No, this door was different. Smaller, more inconspicuous, but the weight of it. It was familiar. She had seen it before, perhaps in a dream, or perhaps in the deepest recesses of her mind. The house had many doors, but this one was different, and it was the only one that could lead her out. Her pulse quickened. She tried to move toward it, but her body fought against her. It felt like wading through thick mud, her limbs heavy, her movements sluggish, but she had to reach it. She had to understand. It was the only way to escape. She took a step forward, then another, and then another. Each step was a struggle, but The door drew nearer, its faint glow illuminating the blackness around her. The silence was overwhelming, a suffocating weight pressing down on her chest. She could hear nothing but the beat of her own heart, steady and too loud in her ears. The house's pulsates, thundering heartbeat was gone now, silenced. And yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was still there. Waiting for her. The door loomed larger, its outline clearer now. There was no handle, no keyhole, just a solid surface, smooth, untouched. But there was something about it that was wrong. It radiated a sense of finality, as if it had never been meant to open, as if it had been locked away from the world, kept hidden in the deepest corners of the house for a reason. A reason Charlotte hadn't yet understood. With a final, desperate push, she reached the door. Her fingers brushed against the cold wood, and her breath caught in her throat. It felt real. Her fingertips tingled with a strange electricity, as though the door itself was alive, reacting to her touch. But there was no sound, no hum, no heartbeat, only silence. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the surface, unsure. The air around her seemed to thicken, swirling like a fog, wrapping itself around her limbs. She had to make a choice. She could feel it, the house was watching her. The shadows around her were closing in, pressing toward her, as if the very walls of this space were trying to consume her. She took a breath and pushed against the door. Hard, it didn't budge. Her heart skipped. The door remained solid, unmoving. Panic flared up inside her chest, suffocating her. She pushed again, this time with all her strength, but it was as if the door were made of stone and yielding, impervious. Then, as she struggled, the faintest sound echoed in the distance, a sound like the creaking of old wood, slow and deliberate. It wasn't the door, it was the house. Charlotte's body stiffened. She could feel it now, creeping up behind her, like a slow-moving shadow. She could feel it, the pulse, the heartbeat, the weight of something ancient, something old and unrelenting, pushing against her from all sides. The house was alive. The creaking grew louder, closer. It wasn't just the house's pulse she could feel anymore. It was something more tangible, something more personal. The walls were not just closing in on her. No, they were moving with purpose. They were tightening, pulling her toward the center of the room, toward the unknown, toward the other side of the door. Her mind raced. She had to get through there, had to be away. But she couldn't think. The silence, the pressure, everything was too much. And then she saw at the shadow. It wasn't the reflection. It wasn't the haunting shape she had seen before. No, this was something far worse. This shadow moved with a speed that was unnatural, its edges shifting and blurring like smoke in the wind. It rushed toward her. Faster than she could react, the reflection the house had found her again. It stood behind her now, close enough that Charlotte could feel its presence, like a cold breath against the back of her neck. The shadow was huge, towering over her, its form impossible to define. It seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm, each movement synchronized with the house's heartbeat. And then she heard the voice, "You cannot leave, Charlotte. You've never truly left. The house remembers you, and you will always be part of it." The voice reverberated in her mind like the echo of a forgotten dream, the words slipping beneath her skin, burrowing into her very bones. She tried to turn to see it, but her body felt heavy, trapped in place by the force of the house. "The door is not for you." The shadow reached out, its long, twisting fingers brushing against her cheek. Charlotte gasped, recoiling, but there was nowhere to run. The door, that forgotten door, had betrayed her. It had never been a way out. It had never meant to be. The house had tricked her, and as her vision blurred, her body finally giving in to the pressure, she felt the room begin to collapse around her. The air turned heavy, suffocating. The walls were closing in, the darkness swallowing her whole, as she was pulled toward the center, the heart of the house. And then everything stopped. the heartbeat, the pulse, the weight, it all vanished. Charlotte opened her eyes again, and there was only darkness. The house never forgets, it never lets go, and those who walk through its doors never truly escape. The house was silent now, eerily so, its heartbeat swallowed by the weight of the night. Charlotte felt a cold, disorienting stillness envelop her as her vision slowly cleared. Her limbs felt foreign to her, like they no longer belonged to her. Body, they were heavy, sluggish. She could still feel something, the presence. Her mind struggled to catch up, and fragmented images. It was as though the house had torn away pieces of her past, erasing her very identity, leaving her adrift in a sea of darkness. She stood in the heart of the mansion now, though she couldn't remember how she had gotten here. The world around her was strange and unfamiliar. The walls, blackened with age, seemed to lean in, watching her. The shadows stretched and bent unnaturally, as if they were alive, moving in rhythm with her every step. She could hear it now, the faintest whisper of footsteps, echoing in the distance. They weren't her own. No, these were the footsteps of something older, something that had been here long before her, something that had been waiting for her. The footsteps grew louder. Charlotte felt her pulse quicken as a tremor of fear rippled through her body. She wasn't alone anymore. She could feel it, a presence behind her, a force that pressed in, crushing her from all sides. Her body stiffened, her breath shallow, but she could not run. She could not escape. The walls were moving again, contracting, suffocating. The house was closing in on her. She tried to turn, but her limbs wouldn't obey. It was as though she was caught in a dream, trapped in a nightmare where every movement was sluggish, every action futile. And then, in the distance, that voice. It wasn't hers this time. "You cannot escape, Charlotte." The voice was deep, guttural, resonating with the very air around her. It was the house, the entity that had lived and breathed in these walls long before she had ever stepped foot here. It spoke to her with a finality that chilled her to her core. She felt a ripple in the air, the heartbeat returned, a rhythmic, unyielding pulse that seemed to vibrate through her chest, through her very bones. It was the house's heart, beating in time with hers, its energy entwined with hers, filling her body with a cold, unnatural power. The walls pressed in closer. Charlotte could feel the pressure now, the weight of it all. The house had claimed her. It was no longer just a reflection of herself that she was seeing in the shadows. It was a part of her. She was a part of it. You were always part of it. The voice, closer now, seemed to reverberate through the floor beneath her feet. Hands trembling reached out, searching for anything to hold on to. Her fingers scraped against the cold stone walls, but there was nothing, no escape. She was trapped in the heart of the house, bound by its invisible chains as it fed on her, consuming her essence. But she could feel something else, a flicker, a memory, a part of herself that she had nearly forgotten. She remembered the 13th door, the door that she had found, the door she had tried to open, only to have it reject her. But this time, she understood. It wasn't a door to the outside world. No, it was the house itself. A threshold that separated her from the truth. A threshold she had crossed long ago when she first entered these walls. The house had been waiting for her, just as it had waited for all the others. It had whispered to her, promised her answers, only to trap her in its dark, endless labyrinth. But now she could hear it. The truth. Charlotte's heart hammered in her chest, the pulse quickening with realization. The house was not just a live, it was a prison. It was a force, a living, breathing entity that had fed on every soul that had entered its walls. It was the door, the 13th door, the one that had always been hidden in plain sight. The house was a cyclic, eternal loop that had trapped its victims, twisted them into its reflection, and then cast them into the void. And Charlotte was the key. The footsteps grew louder, closing in on her, but Charlotte didn't flinch, she didn't move. She could hear the thundering rhythm of the house's heart, the pulse of something greater than herself. She could feel the ancient presence of the mansion wrapping around her, consuming her. But she understood now. The house had always known her. It had always known she would come, but she could end it. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes, focusing on the pulse, on the heartbeat that had matched her own. The house had always lived in her shadow. Now she would live in its. The room seemed to swirl around her as she reached deep within herself, connecting with the house's very essence. She could feel its hunger, its anger, its sorrow. But she could also feel something else, a crack, a fracture in the walls, her legs finally obeying her command. And she stretched out her hand toward the center of the room, toward the heart, the house itself holding its breath. And then, with a scream that shattered the very air around her, Charlotte pulled about the pulse. The heart of the house stopped. Silence, and in that silence, Charlotte felt something strange. Light bright, she felt it above her, surrounding her, pulling her up, lifting her from the darkness. The weight was gone, but so was the house. Charlotte's eyes opened again. She was standing in a field, the sun blazing above her. The air was crisp, the wind light. For the first time she could breathe, was free. But somewhere deep in the forgotten corners of her mind, she could still hear it, the house's heartbeat, and she understood it would never end. The Echo House waits, and when the time comes, it will call.